Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Please take your cup of coffee, your glass of water, and get to your seats. And for those who don't know me, I'm Faustine Badefossé. I am the Director for Nature, Health and Environment at the EEB. And actually, I do recognize some faces in the room because I have been in the EEB before for quite some times. Between 2010 and 2018, I was leading the agriculture work of the organization. So that is how I got to meet several of you in the room before. So, but here today, I'm just going to say a few words of welcome, and then it will be for our moderator of the day to take over. But it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this final event of the AgriCapture CO2 project. Over the past 3 years, the AgriCapture CO2 Consortium has explored ways to make it easier and more profitable for farmers to adopt regenerative farming practices, looking, amongst others, at technological solutions, at business models, and also at the role of public policies. Today, we're very happy to present some of the outcomes of this work and exchanging with renowned scientists, with farmers, with policy experts on how public policies in the UK and in the EU can help the farming sector become a force for good in our collective fight against climate change. Because indeed, the challenge is very high. I mean, for those who were on holiday during the break and happened to be in France, you have seen for sure how violent that storm, that Karen storm, and then the Domingo one was. So yes, the challenge is there, and it's happening in the very front of our eyes. In the EU, agriculture is directly responsible for at least for about 15% of the greenhouse gas emissions, as well as being the single largest driver of biodiversity loss and a major source of air and water pollution. But this is actually only half of the picture. Impacts don't start nor stop at the farm gate. Our food system as a whole is estimated to be responsible for a third of global greenhouse gas emissions. And we know how much interlinked production and consumptions are. Science is actually unequivocal. We need to change. We need to change how we produce food. We need to change how we consume food. And we need to change everything in between. We need system change. But neither farmers nor consumers can be expected to carry the burden of this necessary and heavy transition on their shoulders. Yes, they, and we should actually, all of us, change practices and behaviors, but change can only happen at the pace and the scale that it's needed, and proactively, if it's proactively driven by political leadership and with the enabling policy framework that is needed. Indeed, the choices that consumers but also farmers make are not just based on will, they are actually influenced by various factors and parameters which themselves have no control over. The good news, though, is that we have many of the solutions at hand that we need to turn to for the farming sector from being part of the problem to becoming part of the solution. In the EEB, as you know, we advocate for the transition to agroecology. In the AgriCapture CO2 project, we have been talking about regenerative agriculture. At their core, these two concepts have a lot in common. They are about thinking about farming in a holistic way and adopting practices which can restore, which can protect, and even regenerate agroecosystems in order to boost natural processes so that we can farm productively and in harmony with nature, not against it. Over the past 3 years, AgriCapture CO2 has fostered exchanges with hundreds of farmers, researchers, business actors, policy experts, and others to explore the barriers and the opportunities they experience and witness in the transition to regenerative agriculture. Some of the learnings are presented in a policy report, which we published this week, and which presents a snapshot of the current policy context of regenerative agriculture in the EU and in the UK, as well as making recommendations on 3 specific policy areas: the new EU soil health law, the evolution of the common agricultural policy, and the application of the polluter pays principle in agriculture. You will have seen normally the executive summary on your chairs. I don't know if this is the case. at the back, then not on your chairs, but at the back, which include a QR code, which you can use to download the full reports. And I hope that you will find it interesting. These topics, of course, will also come during the day in the different sessions. And we very much look forward to discussing with our excellent speakers and for lively debates, also with everyone in the audience through Slido, but also in the coffee breaks, of course, and on social media. So again, a warm welcome. I wish you a very, very good event. And now I hand it back to our moderator of the day for housekeeping rules and also for heading over to our speakers of the day. Thanks a lot and welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Christine, for the introduction. Welcome also from me to everyone in the room and online. My name is Julia Dahm. I'm an agri-food reporter at Regenerative, and I'm happy to be moderating today to talk about climate-friendly agriculture, regenerative farming, and how to encourage it, boost it. And Christine already mentioned it, but you can look forward to hearing from a range of different sides and kind of angles to this topic. So this morning we'll hear from some researchers and farmers. Then later we'll have 2 policy debates just before and just after lunch to talk about a bit the climate side of things, climate policy side, and on the other hand, the agri-policy side. And then in the afternoon, just before we close, we'll speak about what role technology can play. And you can also, I think Christine hinted at it, but if you want to join the debate online, you can use the hashtag AgriCaptureCO2 on Twitter to join the debate. And now we will get a little glimpse into the AgriCaptureCO2 project from one of the project partners, GI Lab. So here to tell us a bit about it is Dragon Team Pro-Tips. So I'll hand over to you to say a few words about the project.
Thank you. Can I have my presentation? Okay, in the meantime, my name is Dragutin Protic. I'm CEO of Gilab company from Belgrade, Serbia. We are coordinator of AgriCapture project. I want to thank the EB, our host, for organizing this milestone event. Everything is great, except for the weather, where weather is terrible. Because we have an extended summer in Belgrade, and I forgot what the weather like should be in November. So for me, that's terrible. So I will tell you just a few words about the project, what, where and are our goals, and what are the major outcomes. Can you switch? Okay, so the main objective, the ultimate objective of the AgriCapture project was to scale up regenerative agriculture, scale up adoption of regenerative agriculture by farmers. So we were focused on 2 main things. First, the context of regenerative agriculture. So we have, okay, the climate agriculture has a certain role in fighting climate change. It can be a solution for fighting climate change. Then soil is one of the major natural resources. So there is also beneficial for keeping and preserving natural resources for future generations. We need to have knowledge about it because it's the new thing. It's not conventional. It's not that what farmers used to do. We have a number of stakeholders that we recognized during this process. And finally, we have policy matters which can be drivers for change and drivers for that transition. And we were also focused on technology. And technology can really facilitate that transition. And another major goal was to develop technical solutions, so to use the available technology to boost the adoption of, to actually provide means for the boost of adoption of regenerative agriculture. Of course, that cannot be done without our use cases. And we have use cases in different places across Europe. We wanted to have agriculture well represented in geographical terms. So we have Mediterranean region, represented by use case in Greece, continental Europe in Serbia and Poland, and Northern Europe. We have 2 use cases in the UK. And that was originally planned, but it got more ambitious during the project. So we have actually use cases in other areas across Europe, and also one in Africa, in Kenya. So I will focus now, because I have really limited time to present the project. I will focus on development technical solutions. We have 4 groups of services developed. Quantification services aimed at estimation of soil organic carbon dynamics and optimal soil sampling. Exploration, the way to provide the farmers or other users what are the potential benefits and limitations of regenerative agriculture, especially in their local scale, in the neighborhood. Verification services is MRV solution to check farmers' compliance with reg-agri schemes. And finally, support services to support farmers in implementing of regenerative practices. So I'll start with exploration, the group of exploration service. 3 tools are available. One tool provides actually calculator based on ROTC model, so the user can make calculation of what would be soil organic carbon dynamics over the next, I don't know, 5, 10, 20, 50 years, if certain change was done in certain regenerative practices applied. There are also calculator on economic benefits that the farmer can experience. And the third one was not original plan, but we realized it would be very helpful, that a global map of regenerative farm, that kind of Airbnb for regenerative agriculture. And we want to map all the regenerative, well, not all, but as many as possible regenerative, especially the demonstration farms, so the local farmers can actually see what's going on in their neighborhood and go and learn from the local experience. And you can find it here. It's open to everyone. There is a link for the application. Quantification service, as I said, it's a tool providing the soil organic carbon maps for different years. And also there is a tool that provides optimal location for soil sampling. So if a farmer wants to do soil samplings and to estimate as good as possible the soil organic carbon stock on their fields with a limited number of samples, he can trigger the service and get the location where to do samples. Verification service is placed on a product called CO2 Agri. It is a MRV tool for various reg-agri schemes. So we haven't developed something that is focused on one particular scheme, but one that can serve for a lot of different schemes. It checks, for example, the field, if the field can be part of a scheme. So you cannot, for example, cut a forest, establish agriculture, even regenerative, and claim some benefits from them, or you cannot dry wetlands. So we used Earth observation technology, satellite data to check that, but also we use satellite Earth observation data to monitor the activities on the field, if a farmer is a part of a scheme, what's going on there, and to check if the declared practices are really true. And we generate reports also we track the health of the soil. So it can be used for really various purposes. Another part of verification service is the mobile application, Find and Collect. It collects geotagged photos as evidence for another kind of app, because not everything can be, not every information can be generated from Earth observation. Something has to be done that way. So to overcome the problem of the auditors physically visit to fields to check something, geotag photos provide evidence that are reliable and transparent and cannot be altered. Every photo has exact coordinate where it was taken and the timestamp when it was taken. So we can use artificial intelligence to overcome that problem of human interpretation of the images. That's the next step, but the machine can learn to understand what is seen on each photo. Okay. And finally, support services are built upon two existing crop monitoring and farm management solutions. CropLab, that was developed by my company, Gilab, and the Satagro, which was developed by Polish company Satagro. And there are extensions, especially developed for the purpose of agriculture project, for the purpose of regenerative agriculture. For example, integration of soil monitoring sensors is especially helpful in the Mediterranean countries to optimize the irrigation. So these support services basically are used to optimize the inputs. So the inputs can be saved, and also the costs can be reduced for farmers. So this is the CropLab extension, and the next are extensions on Satagro solution, the Polish solution, and one is optimization of fertilization based on management zones, and the other is profitability calculator. So not all the parts of the fields are profitable evenly. So the farmer can get some deeper knowledge about it and organize activities according to the information that can be obtained through this service. And you can learn a lot about the project from our official website, but for today I was limited to this short presentation. And also you are very welcome to follow our social networks, where we post a lot of events and we update the news about the results we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacqueline. We'll be able to hear more from you also later in the last panel. We'll be back on stage. So maybe we have some time to go a bit deeper also into some of the projects that you mentioned. I just wanted to go through some quick housekeeping. We'll take your questions throughout the event, but we're going to do it through a tool called Slido. I think many of you might have used it before if you come to these types of events. So what you would need to do is to scan this QR code that you see in the room, or also all over the room. And if you're online, you can look in the chat of the call and you'll also find the code. You can go to the Slido website, enter the code. You'll find our Slido for this event today, where you can just type in your question. And you're welcome to just ask your questions at any point during the event, whenever they pop into your head. And we'll just take them at the end of each kind of part of the event. I will say, please state who you are in the question, also who you're addressing it to from the panelists, so we know who you're asking it to. Okay, so we can try this out right now because we're going to hear, as promised, from two scientists, and you can already start asking them your questions in the Slido, and we'll get to the questions after the two keynotes from the scientists. But for now, first up, we have with us virtually Professor Pete Smith. He is the Professor of Soils and Global Change at the Institute of Biological and Environmental Sciences at the University of Aberdeen in Scotland, and also Science Director of the Scottish Climate Change Centre of Expertise. So he can give us some climate science basics and how they link to the agri-food sector. So I think we're good for the presentation. So I hand over to you, Pete.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me and can you see the slides?
Yes, we hear you. All good.
Okay, that's great. So I've been asked to talk about the role of farming in addressing the twin crises of climate change and nature. So I'm just going to go through a bit of the evidence to show how these two crises are inextricably linked, and then talk a little bit about what agriculture can do to address these. So we really need to tackle both the biodiversity crises and the climate change crises together. So biodiversity and climate change are interrelated. So we already know that the adverse impacts of climate change on biodiversity are very well documented. Both the long-term change that we experience over time and the extreme weather events such as the storms, floods, droughts, wildfires, which we've experienced a lot, particularly in southern Europe this year, are becoming more frequent and more extreme under climate change. In addition to the direct impact, climate change is also acknowledged as a threat multiplier, and that is to say that climate change amplifies existing vulnerabilities, which will intensify biodiversity loss. So it's not only a direct driver, it's an indirect threat multiplier, which affects threats such as land use change and all of these other things that aren't climate related. It can make those worse and exacerbate them. And we also know that healthy ecosystems that support abundant biodiversity have been shown to be more resilient to climate change and to provide effective nature-based solutions for climate change mitigation. I'll just show you a few examples of that. So the paper that I referred to in the last bullet point there by Shin et al. This was looking at the actions for 2030 from the Convention of Biological Diversity in 2021. And these are examples of biodiversity measures which contribute to climate change, and also with the reliability of associated with the associated mitigation outcomes. So what you can see down here on the right of the table, down on the left of the table, I should say, are the biodiversity actions. So these are things that are predominantly aimed, interventions that are predominantly aimed to improve biodiversity. And in the second column, the actual biodiversity measures are included, the individual interventions that you do. And shown in the right-hand column, and I don't want you to read this in detail, but just to notice how many of these are green. So the green shows that there's a positive effect on climate change mitigation. So many of these biodiversity interventions are made with a biodiversity in mind, but they also provide co-benefits to climate change mitigation. And we got other evidence. If we look at some case studies from around the world, we can find some strong positive impacts. These are largely shown in green here, and this is broken down by different ecosystem service or nature's contributions to people. But as you can see, most of these are green across the board, and there are some where there are unresolved or perhaps with moderate trade-offs. So those need to be addressed. But you can just pick out this CS2 here. This is an example from Europe, and this is cultural landscapes in Central Europe. And this is showing that it has largely positive effects, but there are some unresolved trade-offs in terms of material nature's contributions to people. And in this case, climate change mitigation, that's largely unresolved. Another evidence comes from a recent paper published in Global Change Biology in 2022, which reported on a joint working workshop between IPBES, that's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, and the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And it was looking at the link between of biodiversity and climate change, and if we can find actions that operate for both. So this is just one table showing the ocean-based interventions that we make for climate change, showing the mitigation potential in the first column, very large global mitigation potentials, whether there is adaptation potential, and the biodiversity impact, whether it's low, medium or high. And these are assumed to be positive, unless shown in this little red triangle, which shows negative impacts on biodiversity. So positive effects for mitigation, no global estimates really for most of these ocean-based interventions for adaptation, but positive effects largely on biodiversity. And we can do the same for land-based interventions. Again, don't focus on the detail, but these are all things that you can do on the land, some of which are in agriculture, for example, agricultural diversification, agroforestry, reduced cropland conversion. And most of these are showing positive effects for mitigation, adaptation and biodiversity. The one that is showing a negative impact on biodiversity in some situations is afforestation, and that's where you do large-scale afforestation with non-native trees, and this can be negative for biodiversity. And a continuation of this column just showing also that bioenergy and bioenergy with carbon capture and storage has a similar impact on biodiversity when implemented at the large scale using non-native species. And finally, looking at the demand side changes, so these are things like reduced food loss and waste and dietary change, we find a biodiversity impact which is positive in all cases, so in some cases extremely high. For example, in the case of dietary change, a move away from less animal products in the diet and more plant-based products, with a large mitigation potential as well. So this is showing that interventions that we make for climate change generally have positive impacts on biodiversity if they're implemented well, and interventions that we make for biodiversity have positive impacts on climate change mitigation and adaptation when implemented well. So what's this got to do with the food system? Well, I've hinted at it already that some of these interventions are available in our agricultural system, and the food system is responsible for about 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. So this great paper by Monica Cripper and colleagues from FAO put together the greenhouse gas balance of food, including the breakdown between all the different production stages, production, transport, land use change that occurs through forestry, and transport, packaging, processing, etc., to work out the total footprint. And it comes out as over 1/3, as mentioned in the introduction, 1/3 of global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions are due to food. So we need to tackle these things together. We need to tackle the climate change emergency by reducing the greenhouse gas emissions from our food system, and to also find a system that co-delivers to biodiversity. So this is the outcome of the IPC special report on climate change and land. And again, I don't want you to look at the detail, but on the left of the diagram is showing the different interventions, response options based on land management, value chain management, and risk management. And these are the impacts here shown on mitigation, adaptation, desertification, land degradation, and food security. The blue colours are positive impacts on each of these items, and the red or orange items are where we have a negative impact. So again, you can see that generally speaking, we have positive co-benefits across all of these dimensions when we consider a nexus approach. With some, for example, reduced conversion of grasslands to croplands could have a negative effect in some local areas on food security, and also the restoration and reduced conversion of peatlands, although very positive for climate change mitigation and biodiversity, could have a negative impact where that peatland is being used to produce food. So let's zoom into Europe. What can we do in Europe? Well, the main things that we can do in Europe through agriculture, it came out through these all of these interventions were examined in the previous examples that I've shown. And just to give you a brief tour of what these are, it's sustainable intensification, so improving the productivity of the land whilst doing so sustainably. So sustainable. The S in sustainable intensification is very important. This has to be done sustainably, not just by increasing agricultural inputs. More diverse agricultural landscapes, so diverse rotations, more diversification in their crops, and the incorporation of trees into agricultural landscapes. Agroforestry has been shown to have large positive effects on climate change and biodiversity. Improved efficiencies in the food system so that we don't need to expand the food systems into natural ecosystems, which is a disaster for biodiversity and for greenhouse gas emissions. Improved soil management. We saw some great examples of that in the previous talk about the project that we're speaking about today. Some great examples which also provide better health and more carbon storage through improved soil management. To avoid conversion of more land to agriculture. To restore our peatlands and coastal wetlands, particularly where those have been used for agriculture in the past. And then these last two are on the demand side. If we reduce food loss and waste, we take pressure off the agricultural system, and that's good for biodiversity and good for climate change. And last but not least, in fact, definitely not least, because it has a large impact, dietary change to reduce our meat and dairy consumption, which frees land to reduce climate change, water, energy and land footprints of food production and creates more space for biodiversity. So in conclusion, there are multiple options to improve the way we produce and consume food within Europe that would help reduce emissions, increase sinks, improve biodiversity and provide healthier diets. We can improve agricultural land management of the land and produce more with lower environmental impact. But not all the necessary changes are on the production side. We also need to waste less and to eat more healthily. If we can rebalance what we produce to produce less food that is bad for human and planetary health and more food that is safe, healthy and nutritious, then I think we can combine this with improved land management to move forward to a more climate friendly and biodiverse agricultural and food system in Europe. So with foresight and innovation, agriculture can contribute to the transition to net zero whilst restoring nature and producing healthy food for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pete, for the crash course and also the recommendations and conclusions. I'm sure we'll discuss some of them a bit more also in the other panels today. Pete's going to stay with us on the call, and we'll get to your questions after the second keynote, and we'll ask you questions to the two scientists. So just a reminder to pop your questions in the Slido if you have any. And next up, we're going to hear from our second scientist, who is Pierre-Marie Aubert. He's the Director of Agriculture and Food Policy, the Director of the Agriculture and Food Policies Program at the French Policy Research Institute, IDRI. And he's going to give us a little insight into agroecology, regenerative farming, and how that can help fight the climate and biodiversity crisis. So Pierre-Marie, I hand over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can see my screen very well. So as was said, I'm talking from Paris, IDRI, so Institute on Policies for Sustainable Development. And what I'm going to talk about is a foresight exercise that we launched a couple of years ago already, which is called TIFA. TIFA stands for 10 Years for Agroecology in Europe. That's a future study, and that tries to really make agroecology a credible option for Europe while it's pretty much under attack. It's been done by IDRI and a consultancy based in Paris, which is called ASCA. And that's first and foremost a biotechnical modeling that tries to make very explicit what is agroecology and to test its implications at the EU scale And I'll try to make it very clear by the end of the presentation. And that biotechnical modeling was followed by a number of socioeconomic and policy analyses that I won't be able to present in depth given the time frame, but I'm happy to get your comments and feedbacks later on. So the scenario I'm talking about has been published in different versions under the form of a book, under the form of different IDRI paper, scientific paper. Why did we develop that scenario? I think the main contribution we wanted to have is to contribute to a debate which is pretty much structured by a climate smart and food security narrative that basically claims that we can produce more with less, we can increase yields and increase efficiency, increasing yield by 30, 70%, even sometimes in some foresight in Europe by 2070. And that really focus on sparing land for climate mitigation and nature conservation within Europe. I'm not saying this is bad in itself at the global level, but I'm looking at Europe here. While there are a number of shortcomings or limitations to such scenario. First, the fact that biodiversity needs to be restored in a strong sense. And in many cases, efficiency will not be enough when we consider the role of biodiversity as a production factor per se, and the fact that there are huge links between landscape structuration, climate change adaptation, and biodiversity preservation. And one way to look at this is to, for example, look at this paper from Matteo Denez and colleagues from 2019 that shows that landscape simplification would or is proven to lead to a decrease in the richness and evenness, for example, here of natural enemies that in turn affect negatively pest control capacity of agroecosystems and negatively production. Another way to look at that is basically to just look at the current situation where we see that over the last 20 years, yields in Europe have basically been stagnating for major cereals in Western Europe, where yields are the highest for wheat, barley, or maize. Or focusing even more on France, what you see here is that over the last 20 years, we have seen two trends. One is an increasing viability of the yields, as you can see from the variety here, and two is the stagnation of the yields, as exemplified in the map before. So under such a context, what we see is that a number of scenarios are betting on this kind of intensification. That doesn't seem so obvious from this for the western part of Europe, at least. While the risk we are facing is basically a collapse of yields, and in such a context, agroecology, we see it as a way in Western Europe, where the yields are the highest, as a way to stabilize yields against a risk of continuous degradation of agroecosystems. So that's basically the way we approach the production question. I'll get back to that in a minute. This in a context where, as I said, yields in Western Europe are amongst the highest in the world. As you can see, the greener the country, the greener the pixel here, the closer we are to the maximum potential yield that enabled. We can look at a more at a finer grain level, and we'll see here on that maps from Shields and colleagues from 2018 that in Central Western Europe, Central Western Northern Europe, there are not so much gain to be made with respect to the maximum yield that enable. Well, of course, there are a number of options to increase the yield sustainably, as Pete was saying earlier, in Western Europe and in some part of Southern Europe, keeping in mind that in many cases, water is the limiting factor. So, which means that given climate change, we also need to consider that and to keep that in mind. So, just to say that increasing yields in TIFA is not per se the option taken for all those reasons, and also because increasing yields in many cases would require, without more systemic changes at the farming system level, more capital intensity at the farm level, so with a number of socioeconomic consequences for the farmers and for smallholder farmers that still represent the bulk of the farmers in Europe. So the idea of TIFA is basically to propose an alternative to that, focused on biodiversity, which means two things for us. A, to integrate semi-natural vegetation within agricultural landscapes. I don't show here the graphs we can have in mind, but we know by the data that the more you have heterogeneity in landscapes and semi-natural vegetation, the greater the biodiversity. and that look at low input farming in absolute terms rather than increased efficiency, which is basically different. You can be more efficient with the same amount of nitrogen, but the big point is how you decrease the total amount of nitrogen you put in the agroecosystems. So TIFA is based on a biophysical model, which is fairly simple, where we basically model the EU with the diversity within EU. So we model the fluxes between EU and the rest of the world, which is represented here by the dotted lines. And we look at the plate, the human plate, in terms of raw product equivalents and what it brings to human in terms of macronutrients and micronutrients. We look at plant production, which is the result of a land use and yields, and how this can bring food in the plate, but also what kind of other non-food uses can be derived from plant production, including also, of course, feed, which is, as you know, a major use of plant production in the EU, 60% of cereals, 75% of all seed and protein crops. And animal production, we look at it in terms of animal herds plus productivity that gives us a total production for food or for exports. Behind all this is, of course, the biophysical, let's say, structure of that, which can be approached through the nitrogen cycle. Nitrogen can come either from synthetic nitrogen here, from symbiotic fixation, either in rotation or from fertility transfer from grasslands to croplands. And then that nitrogen flows within the food system through, in particular, animal feed and then manure management, and can be lost to the environment. So with such a model, it's a biophysical model. So we play the role of a social planner, central social planner, and we basically make assumptions on what would cropping systems, livestock systems, and diets look like in 2050. We assume reduction in waste and losses, and we parameterize how much non-food uses we would like to see in the scenario. And we can, with this, evaluate, assess what would be the impact on production, land use, greenhouse gases emission, and with qualitative indicators, biodiversity. So what are the assumptions that are behind TIFA that for us characterize or would characterize an agroecological food system? First is fertility management at the territorial level, which means crop rotation, including more nitrogen fixing plants, reconnection of livestock and cropping systems to enable for fertility transfer from grasslands to croplands, phase out of soybean imports to restore nitrogen cycle within the European Union and have a circular economy. And last but not least, we came to the conclusion that phasing out synthetic nitrogen could be an option, and I'll come back to that in a minute. The second point is having pesticide-free farming, which would mean extensification of crop production for a simple reason, which is that we didn't find any references that show us how much of pesticide could be used in a safe way. So we made the assumption that pesticide-free farming was the basic approach in a precaution principle philosophy, which led us to take organic farming as a reference model, so to phase out also synthetic nitrogen. For the sake of landscape heterogeneity that I mentioned earlier, we assumed a redeployment of permanent grasslands. So, of course, extensification of permanent grasslands, less than 1 LSU per hectare, and permanent grasslands accounting for 15 to 20% of all small agrarian regions. Associated to that, an extensification of the livestock, both ruminants and monogastric being fed mostly with leftovers, and healthy and sustainable diets, meaning less animal proteins to leave space for more fruit and vegetables that are lacking into the diets. And last, on the use of biomass, food first, then feed, then biodiversity, then non-food uses, as I will explain. The last point on the assumptions is that it's a systemic approach. So you cannot, cherry pick and take, okay, 1, 2 assumptions or remove one of them. They come all together, right? For the scenario to have a consistency and to be meaningful to the audience and for the discussion. So what are the results of the scenario? So first we start with the diets, as I said. So more fruits and vegetables, less animal products, meat and dairy, and more leguminous plants and nuts. Very close to the EAT planetary diet. Production will fall by 30% on the vegetal side and 45% on the animal side. even though nitrogen use efficiency would be greatly improved because we would be at a lower level of yields and hence higher efficiency in the use of nitrogen compared to today, nearly 90 to 92%. And the nitrogen will come only from nitrogen fixation in crop rotation and from fertility transfer from grassland to cropland, assuming that all the ruminants are double-purpose breeds, so producing milk and meat, which means that you can manage the manure of the animals in an easy way. That will, of course, reduce massively the amount of nitrogen lost to the environment, and of course phase out synthetic nitrogen, with a number of positive outcomes by construction on health, on biodiversity, on climate, minus 40 to 45% of greenhouse gases emission, coming mostly from the reduction in synthetic nitrogen use. We did a variation of the scenario where we have less of ruminants than we have in the initial scenario to manage all the grasslands, and where we basically use part of the grass that is co-used with manure in biodigester, so which is that we have here on that graph. In the TIFA climate variant, we have a potential to produce biogas at a level of nearly 2,000 terawatt-hour, which is not so bad compared to today. And the scenario, because of the circular economy principles which are behind, would enable for important carbon sequestration of up to 160 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Last but not least, such a scenario will enable the European Union to continue to export at a similar level than today, which is roughly 10 to 12% of all the calories it consumed. And you can see here, the business as usual, the current situation is a situation where we import, where the European Union is a net importer of calories. Compared to the TIFA scenario, whatever the rest of the world will do, we will become a net exporter of calories by 10 to 12% of what we consume. Of course, if diets don't change following the production, the dependency will skyrocket to over 35%. With that, yeah, I think I'm done. I have a couple of slides more, but the time is over. So just to say that this study has been recognized also by the Commission as one that takes into account the multiple dimensions of the farm to fork to assess the impact it could have. And it shows that it could have a number of beneficial impacts, assuming that we are able to go together on the supply and the demand. Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, Pierre. You see that I brought my laptop to take some of your questions from Slido. So let's kick off maybe with a question to both speakers, which is, do you see consumption side changes like reducing food waste or dietary changes as essential enablers of necessary farming changes on the other hand? So maybe Pete, why don't you kick us off for this one, if you like?
Yes, I do see them as essential enablers because I don't think we can achieve what we want to achieve in the agricultural system unless we also change the way we eat. So we're producing the food, that is currently feeding into what we currently demand. So we have to demand different things as citizens. We have to, affect that dietary change, which we know would improve human health as well as planetary health. So I know it's difficult to do, but we really have to grasp that nettle and start to address that through policy.
Yeah, Pierre, do you agree? Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, just to add on that, I think the situation in which we are today is that anything that is meant to help citizens to change their diets, to leave more space for what is really healthy for them, which is fruit and vegetables, basically, is seen as something that will be, going against their liberty, fundamental liberty, etc. While we know this is way more complex than that. I mean, food choices are the results of food environment structures, either economic food environment, cognitive food environment, sociocultural food environment. And so we know that there are a number of things that today drives the consumer towards animal product consumption, I mean, one simple example is that in France today, the level of expenses of companies for marketing for dietary products is over 10 times more than the public expenses to support healthy diets. This is one thing, and the other thing is that in a supermarket, where the supermarket will make the most of the margins is on the meat part, and that is the biggest share of the food expenditures of each household going to a supermarket. So there's a lot we can do there, but of course that won't go without any support and without any debate and discussion.
Yeah, thank you. We have another question from Jane Hardy-Jones from Lancashire County Council. It's to Pete. And she's asking, is there an incentive for landowners to implement these practices to increase biodiversity? What do you think?
Yeah, there should be. You're from the UK, from Lancashire, so there should be through the DEFRA Elms programme. There are some incentives in there to allow land managers to put aside certain sections of the land for conservation and for nature, and also to improve the agricultural management practice. So I suggest that you get in touch with, well, some of your colleagues at Lancaster University or Lancaster Environment Centre will know about that, and maybe your local DEFRA officials could help you guide your way through what could be done there and could be supported through the ELM scheme. The ELM scheme, that for those of you not in the UK, is Environmental Land Management Scheme that's been proposed by DEFRA to replace the single farm payment after we unfortunately exited the EU.
Thank you. Maybe one last question that I think Pierre could take comes from Tamme van der Waal, asking, how should we measure sustainable intensification? Should we measure in tons of CO2 per hectare, per year, per kilogram of food product? Do you have any take on this?
Yeah, sure. That's a central debate in the current discussion. Just to clarify first thing, and then I'll come to the question. When you want to measure sustainability against a single indicator, you're sure you might be misleading, in the sense that measuring only CO2 equivalent per hectare, per kilogram, or per whatever means that you are just forgetting everything about biodiversity, landscape structures, socioeconomic dimension, etc. So not to say we shouldn't do it, but we should do it aware of this is only one of the multiple indicators we have in mind. Given that, we have had we've been having a long discussion in France around the low carbon scheme, or whatever, label bas carbone, low carbon labeling scheme. Should we assess the carbon efficiency per kilogram or per hectare? And that's an endless debate, and there are pros and cons for both approaches. The per kilogram approach is the most obvious because you eat kilogram, and then, okay, you say, okay, I can measure how much CO2 equivalent I emit through my diet. But the big point is that it will only enable you to change marginally your system. While what we need, it was said by Faustine at the very beginning, is a systemic change. So the per hectare approach has a lot of implications. Of course, it can lead to less productivity, to a number of things, but it also, in many cases, the per hectare approach would favor low input systems that are much better for biodiversity. So I think we need to have those two aspects in mind and go for ad hoc approaches.
Thank you. Well, I think that's all we have time for with you two, I'm afraid, but thank you so much to you both. And yeah, let's send them off with a round of applause, maybe.
Thank you for the invitation. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye. All right, so as promised, let's switch perspectives a bit from the science side to the farming side. We have two farmers with us today to tell us a bit about the challenges on the ground, what's being done in practice. So with us today, we have Doris Latina. She's a Slovenian farmer whose family farm mostly focuses on apple production. And then we have Duncan Farrington from the UK. founder of, I think we already saw it in the presentation earlier, Franklin's Mellow Yellow, the UK's first seed-to-bottle producer of cold-pressed rapeseed oil. So if I can just ask both of you to come to the stage. All right, welcome. So I think it's good to have you both here. Thanks so much for coming. Also have voices from 2 different countries, 2 different kind of production branches. So I'll let you each give a little introduction about who you are, what you do as a farmer, and also your own experiences adapting to climate change, making your farms more climate friendly. So Doris, why don't we start with you?
Hello, so my name is Doris. I come from lovely green Slovenia. I live and work on a family farm where main production are apples, but it's quite diverse farm. We also have grapes, walnut, chestnut, some arable land, meadows, and forestry. The farm is located 100% in protected area Natura 2000, an ecological important area, and in nature park, Krajinski park Gorička. We have integrated apple production. It means we are spraying. We are using stuff that allows us that we can continue farming. I always say it is like people, like person. Sometimes you need to take the medicine that you feel better. It's same with the fruit. It's better to heal a bit, to protect, and not having mycotoxins, which are very dangerous for our body. But during the 3 decades when my mom started the farm invests a lot in the land, in agriculture land, removing overgrowth, following trends. It was quite challenging. The farm has always been aware of the importance of biodiversity. We have huge biodiversity in the orchards, and of course, environmental acceptability. In past 7 years, we have just one normal season, normal in yield, because that season the prices were really, really low. So all other seasons were hit due to the frost or the drought. In some seasons, we lost more than 90% of the production. And you can only imagine how hard it was to calculate each euro multiple times that we could cover the cost, survive, to develop. It was not easy, that's for sure. We are trying to adopt and mitigate climate changes from a farm level, but as all resources allowing us. If I just name some investment we did on a farm, we are trying to select resistant varieties. Then all apple orchards have the hail protection and the irrigation system. And we cannot forget about the special machinery, which is also very important for the production of the fruit. Not last, and for sure not the least, it's knowledge of ourselves that we gain during the farming, but also from others. So from sharing from our side and from taking the advices. It is far away from saying that we adopted and mitigated the climate change successfully. If so, we wouldn't lose this year 50% of the production due to the frost. We are missing anti-sprinkler frost protection or any other solution against frost. You may ask why. We are also asking the same question by ourselves, but of course, the lack of finances and then permissions and all the bureaucracy that it's going with. In the orchards, we have, you can just put the pictures that we will see, but in the orchards, we have a lot of bird houses. We have boulders, posts for predators. Now what's new, we have bat and insect houses. Just to clarify, bats are very good alternative to spraying insecticides because they hit in just one night thousands and more insects. And in the United States, for example, the bats save farmers up to $53 billion from insect predation. So we have a drip, that's the hail, and the hail protection. So you see that we cannot imagine to have production without it. We have the hail every year in past years. So if we are moving to next, that was the drought. As you see, it was just 20% of the production, but the apples or the fruits that were like this, and also the trees were hit. So we established the irrigation system, which is on the next picture. It's a drip irrigation system, ensures minimal water consumption for the plant's sufficient water needs. We also have a special precision sprayer, an orchard tractor that is smaller, and this provides less load on the soil. And of course, also precision agriculture for fertilizers. And precision by our farm sometimes means we do it by hand because lack of machinery. So the next slide is frost. It hits its walnut and apples, but we don't have any solutions against this. So you can move to the last one. We are very happy to have not just pollinators in the orchard, but we also have very rare and protected birds. Upupa epsos, if someone is knowing this bird, we are very proud of it. So that's the case that also if you have not ecological production, it can be sustainable. We have ecological production of walnuts and chestnuts. We put the trees on the areas where nothing else was possible. So risk management is the basis for climate-friendly farming. If we want to achieve it, production must be predictable, stable, and of course protected. And it's enabling us to produce quality crops. Only this is something that we can continue with, so the quality. And for that crop, for the production, it is important that it's properly paid so that we can have tomorrow's harvest, as today's event is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, really fascinating insights. Also like the image of the medicine. Well, Duncan, why don't you give us a few introductory words?
Okay, well, thank you very much. And that was fascinating. So Duncan Farrington, I'm from Northamptonshire, which is in the middle of England, basically. And I'm part of the AgriCapture project. We are the UK case study. And this came about because originally I stopped ploughing on our combinable crops farm in 1998, and we moved to more of a minimum tillage and a zero tillage approach to agriculture. And initially I didn't do it for some sort of environmental crusade I was on. I did it because I was a hard economic farmer, and I wanted to do it to save costs, to save fuel, to save time and labor and machinery. And over the years, I've made lots of mistakes, learned lots of things, and now I am very much more on the environmental, sustainable side of things and want to be doing the right thing on our farm. So we started in 1998. And at the same time, I started analysing the soils on one of our fields, and I've done it most years since then. And I have shown on that field, we've done full Albrecht soil analysis, and I'm not a soil scientist, but one of the things in there is looking at soil carbon content. And in that period, our soil carbon content on that field has increased by about 94%. It's gone from about 3.8 to 7.6%. And that's shown in a purely unscientific way on a farmer trial by altering our methods of practice that agriculture can be part of the solution and sequester large amounts of CO2. And I have got a presentation, but unfortunately I haven't plugged it in and we haven't got the pictures, but we can talk about that later. But then moving on from the farming side, we started as Britain's first producer of cold-pressed rapeseed oil under the Mellow Yellow brand, and that's the organisation that we are part of the AgriCapture project. And over the years, I've always wanted to make sure the product that we sell to our customers, it is of something we're proud of and is very credible in the environmental and sustainable way we produce it. So we looked at how we do things, and I became a member of LEAF, who are here today, Linking Environment and Farming, and we do the LEAF audit. And as part of that, we look at our energy uses. We look at a whole farm approach. So we look at the biodiversity around the edges of the fields, how we integrate with the community and communicate with that. And it's an ideal way to sell our product to the consumers. But part of it was that we started talking about carbon and carbon emissions in the UK and more globally, and people were becoming more interested in it. And I thought, well, I've got my soil results I've had for 20 years. We do the LEAF audit that we've done for 20 years. We've got our energy audits as part of the LEAF audit. So I thought, well, why don't we see where we are on our carbon emissions? And in 2019, we became the world's first food brand to be both certified both carbon and plastic neutral. And I think the important word there is certified, because we did it with a partner, One Carbon World, that did all the methodology and the mathematics on it to show that we were carbon neutral. And that is by reducing our energy requirements and, for example, using solar panels on our factory, which produced 30% of our energy needs. But then we were offsetting our emissions by planting or being part of a reforestation plantation in Uruguay. Well, that's fine, but under the certification with the United Nations, it doesn't look at our soils. And I had got this data from what we're doing on our farm, and then I was approached by Agriculture to say, well, hey, Duncan, let's have a look at what you are doing with your soils. We became the UK case study, and the whole idea of the Agri-Capture project is to see if we can, on an international scale, come up with a methodology that's internationally accepted and verified, and as Dragutin was saying earlier, to show that agriculture can be part of the solution. So rather than our business paying to plant trees in Uruguay, can we actually offset our emissions and become carbon neutral in a realistic way on our farm in our own business? And I'm thinking we are going to get to the stage where we can show we can do that. And I want to bring it all in the round, because it's not just about the carbon. It's not just about the biodiversity. It's not just about communicating with the consumers. It is also about producing nutritious food. And one of the things I've found on our farm with doing the soil analysis over the years, that as well as increasing the soil carbon content, we are also increasing the soil nutrition. And I would argue that if I am making a more healthy, nutritious soil, I'm actually growing a more nutritious and healthy food that us as consumers and society can eat. And the previous speakers have already alluded to this. We all need to eat more healthy food. And the research has shown over the last 70 years that generally in the UK and further around Europe and globally, soil degradation has happened, and actually our soils are less nutritious, and the result being that on a global scale we are producing less nutritious food, and long term I don't think that's good for any of us. But other than that, I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Just realizing that it's actually really fitting that you got the yellow microphone for the yellow mellow yellow.
Don't want to miss an opportunity.
On brand. Well, you mentioned agriculture being part of the solution, so it's quite clear how you see the role of kind of farming in the agriculture sector in the push for net zero as part of the solution. But maybe can you tell us a bit about what drove you to pursue these practices, and maybe what could bring more farmers on board, or even the whole sector on board in this effort?
Yeah, certainly. And we are a LEAF demonstration farm, and which means we have everyone from school children, university students, politicians, and farmers come around the farm and share our experiences. And the farming audience are probably the hardest audience to have, because that is exactly the question they ask. Why do you do it? And more importantly, they ask, what's in it for me? So initially, I moved down this process from a cost reduction basis, Yes, we did make mistakes and we did reduce our yields initially, and our yields are probably now 10% lower than maybe the highest, most intense yields. But as Pierre said earlier, it's not about total yield, it's about what else can you do. So we are looking at practices, for example, we are using cover crops and companion crops. We're improving the soil nutrition by using, we don't have animals on the farm, but we do use sewage sludge, so human sewage waste. This year we're trialing some digestate for anaerobic digesters. And over the last 3 years, I've been doing just an on-farm experiment. We want to reduce our nitrogen, synthetic nitrogen use by 20% over 3 years. Last year, we had reduced it across the whole farm by around 13%. And on our experimental field, we had swapped synthetic nitrogen for biological, so for enzyme, for nitrogen-fixing bacteria and a compost tea type product. But the reduction in yield was too much, and at best it covered the cost of the product. But what I found out that there is no single silver bullet. There's not one answer. It's looking at everything in the round. So this year, what we are doing, when we are now adding molasses into our nitrogen fertilizer and our pesticides, our herbicides that we use, and also we are going to use more foliar nitrogen. So it's still a bought synthetic nitrogen, but we're using less of it.
Yeah, and I imagine that's also a good business case, probably in the face of high nitrogen prices, actually. Well, Doris, what's your experience? What drove you to implement sustainable practices? Is it a business case? Do you think more could be done to make it more attractive? What are maybe also some hurdles that you faced? I mean, you already gave us some very, very vivid examples, but what's your experience there?
I don't believe it was because we needed to do, but because we believe in this, that it's better. It's very good example that everyone needs to come together. As Duncan explained, everyone is coming to the farm to see, it's demonstrating farm. But here, I think each of us needs to play its own role and take responsibility, because now there's just us farmers. We saw, okay, researchers are saying there needs to be done, the politicians are saying you need to do more. But in the end of the day, the farmers, we are alone. When it comes to who is willing to pay this kind of practices, no one is there. And of course, more farmers would be interested if there will be possibility to do it. It's not just that you are turning your philosophy and the farm over the night. I believe that a lot of farmers are already doing in the way that they are doing friendly farming, ecosystem farming, because we are not just living it, the philosophy. We are living from it. If there is no nature, there is no farmers. But consumer is the one who is showing or saying today with his purchase what kind of agriculture that he wants to have tomorrow. Also, the policies are different policies, not just agriculture ones, where we have really good know with the eco schemes and all other toolkits, but also the social policies, the tax policies. Everything needs to turn to that direction. And I think we are not we are not doing it well, because if we would, there will be more showcases like this. I believe there are many of them, but still we are missing some of them. So each stakeholder needs to take the step. The farmer is the one who is implementing it. So it's extremely important that also get the resources, and everything starts with the money. So from each stakeholder should be necessary that no, today it's from farmer, you need to do it. Also all others needed to do something. Of course, there's a lot of researchers and there are different researchers, but if you cannot take the results and put it in the practice, there's no value of it. And yeah, we need to do this bridge from researchers to the implementation, the reality.
Yeah, involving kind of the whole.
Yeah. I have one more thing, and on other way, we are trying to do our best here in the Europe, and then we are allowing that double standards are coming that we need to compete with. It's not fair to have one standard here, and then you need to be compatible with the standards that are the food that is produced with a huge difference, and that's also something we need to address. Because it's not fair and it's not right.
Okay, so yeah, a few measures along the whole value chain for all the actors involved. Maybe Duncan also, we're going to speak later with the representatives of the kind of technology, of policy making. Joyce has spelled out a few kind of a wish list already. What if you make a little one or two wishes to policymakers, decision makers? What would be a main appeal?
Yeah, there's a couple of things Doris said there that absolutely struck home, and probably the last point you made was whether it's in Britain or in the rest of Europe, and whatever we're doing in our own systems, and we want to try and get the best price for the products we produce and the highest quality products we produce. We want to be valued for it, but we do need government legislation to ensure that if we import foods that are produced to a lesser standard, they aren't being sold in the retailers competing directly in ours. So if we are asked in a particular country to produce food to a certain standard, the legislation needs to stop food coming into below that standard. So that would be top of my wish list. The other one is that yes, we need to work. I often say when I talk to people, agriculture can become a bit of a pick and mix on how you make your income. So our income might be initially from the produce we grow on the farm, whether that's apples and nuts or whether it's rapeseed and wheat for me. So we want the best price for the best quality products we can do. We might get, in the UK, it's called public money for public goods. So Pete earlier talked about ELM. So it might be we're paid by government for doing certain things that society wants. And it might be working with non-farming organisations that want to support the right thing for biodiversity, for soils, for healthy, nutritious food. So there'll be private income coming in there. So the income could come from various places, but we need to try and work as an industry, work with all the actors and the partners in there to increase the level of income at farm gate level to make sure it's not diluted too much further upstream.
Yeah, we have a few minutes left, so now's your chance to ask some questions to our farmers in the chat. I don't think we have any yet, so go for it if you have any questions now for the last few minutes. But actually, I might take a question that was actually asked earlier to the researchers, because I think it might also be quite interesting to discuss with you. There was a question on, should agriculture be dedicated to food production? What is your view on a bio-based economy, like materials, biomass? Do you see, as farmers, do yourselves as food producers, or do you see farming moving maybe more towards biomass production, bioeconomy?
I'd say cautiously, yes. Food has to take priority. So again, is it Pierre's on his last slide? He had the list of things, and to replace, say, plastics with the whole countryside covered in crops for bioplastics when we haven't got it. If it's a competition with food production, I don't think that's the answer. Yes, we can and we should be looking at changing our diets so that globally we are producing around 10,000 calories per head of population globally under current food systems. So we are producing more than enough calories to feed the world. It's just how those calories are used and how those calories are wasted. So cut down the wastage. We do need to eat less meat production, but use our grassland and quality grassland to graze our animals and have meat production in that way, because they are a vital part of our balanced diet and nutrition. But some of the excess land that is currently used to grow grains to feed to animals that then efficiently convert it into meat, maybe they are the areas that could be looked at for growing biodiversity and other systems uses, and also the non-food uses, the bioenergies, bioplastics and other things. But it mustn't come at the expense of food, and it mustn't come at the intensive, sustainable intensification of land use at the expense of biodiversity areas.
Okay, we just had a question come in asking, what are your asks of supply chain actors? So maybe Doris, you want to take this one. What's your message to supply chain actors?
Starting with the processing industry, which needs to, and also the traders. First, it's not enough to just to pay the price that needs to cover not just cost but also development, and also to then supply this product to the consumer. So also this is the way how to shift to better agriculture. To other stakeholders, policies I said should be in the right way. Now with the CIP we have very good opportunities with the eco schemes, so these practices are targeted. Also raising consumer awareness, but once again, as Duncan said, also starting raising awareness in the kindergarten. So that's something extremely important, to teach the children where the food is from. I need to say we were on some fair, and the children here in Europe didn't know to link the cow with the milk. And that's something that we are saying it's in other continents happening, but it's already here. So everything needs to come together. But also when we are speaking about the stakeholders, because the farmers are also one of that of it. We have sustainable development we are talking about, but normally in the way of environmental aspects. And we are forgetting there are also economic and social aspects here. And we cannot have this environmental if there is no economic behind, that you can afford this, that you can invest in this, and social. So farmers, I can speak from Slovenian farming situation, but the farmers, okay, not even that everyone has the social security. The most of the farmers work more than 8 hours per day, and they don't even have the normal income, the salary. I cannot name the farmer or just few of them who are getting the salary on their own farm, and they are working more than 12 hours per day, and that's not normal in the 21st century. As also the free time is here, because we are expecting the farmer is the one who is working 24/7, but that's the wrong perspective. So yeah, as that in the value chain, we as the farmers should not be just price taker. We should have negotiation power or voice, but also each of us are the stakeholders to have in our mind that not just when we are buying the food, we are supporting, we are paying for the price of the food, but with that we are investing in the how do we have nature-friendly farming, but not just nature-friendly farming. We need farmer-friendly farming that we will have on the end what we are wishing to have.
Well, I think that's a nice note to end on. I think we'll take a lot into the policy discussions later, a lot of inputs. But for now, we'll take a little coffee break. So we'll have 15 minutes. It's a chance to get some refreshments, get some caffeine. So I'll see you then. All right, welcome back. I hope you all had the chance to strengthen yourself a bit with some snacks and coffee. So as promised, we're going to move a bit more to the policy side now. And now before lunch, we're going to talk a bit about the climate policy side. And then after lunch, we're going to move a bit more to the agri side. So now we're going to talk about how climate policy in the EU and in the UK can support the farming sector in contributing to the net zero economy, moving to climate-friendly regenerative farming. So with me on stage and also online, we have the panelists for this session. So I'm very happy to welcome online on the screen Samuel Ferret, the Program Director for Agriculture and Forests at the Institute for Climate Economics. And then here at the table, we have Valeria Forlin, Policy Officer at the European Commission's DG Klima, Celia Nissen-James, Policy Manager for Agriculture and Food Systems at the European Environmental Bureau, and last but not least, Indra Tillanathan, Senior Analyst in the Land, Agriculture and Nature team at the UK's Climate Change Committee. So welcome to you all. Very happy to have you here. And we're going to kick us off with some opening statements from our panelists. So we asked panelists to give a little intro statement on the question, how low should agriculture go? You can sing in your head if you want. So basically, should the sector aim for net zero? And what would that mean? What would that entail? Or is it not feasible? So Samuel, why don't you kick us off online with your intro statement?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope you hear me well. I will just introduce briefly myself. So I'm Samuel Ferret, Program Director at the Institute for Climate Economics in Paris. Just a few words about our institute. It's a spin-off created by the Caisse des Dépôts group in France, so the Deposits and Consignment Funds, and the French Development Agency more than 10 years ago. And our aim is to work on climate policies that are effective, efficient, and socially fair. In that respect, we work on public financing dedicated to the ecological transition, but also dedicated to the ecological planning. So the question we address are basically, how much money do we need to address the challenges regarding climate change? And secondly, who will support the financing efforts in that respect? So this is just a few words about who we are. And we are working in various sectors, including housing, energy, transport, and agri-food and forestry sectors. So regarding your question, of course, the ag sector, but not only the ag sector, the agri-food sectors more broadly, have to contribute in a significant manner to the net zero agenda. We all know that the EU has adopted a very bold agenda with the EU Green Deal. This is a big plan. This is similar to what we have achieved the last century and the century before with the Industrial Revolution. But what will differ is the pace, so to speed up the change toward a net zero economy. What will differ again will be the scope. It embraces all the sectors. And what will differ again, and finally, is the role of public policies. And this is a critical point then, the public piloting of this transition. And regarding the agri-food sector, such a transition requires a very relevant, bold accompaniment by the public sectors from the European Union level to the national level and the regional levels. So I will come back on that point later, but this is just to mention the key role of public policy in accompanying the various sectoral and cross-sectoral transitions we need in every sector. And second point, indeed, it's about money and investment, but we will come back on that later on. It's about, in the EU, namely, about the role of the common agricultural policy, namely, because the question is, do we need extra money or not to accompany the transitions we need? So I would say not. Question is how to redirect public money we already have on board towards clearer and more efficient targets. But this is just my introductive point. First, we have to look beyond the farming sector towards the agri-food sector more broadly. So about the way the different actors share the efforts between public authorities and private actors. And Secondly, how much money do we need? And we need to support the transitions towards 2030 and 2050 beyond. So this is a question, I'll come back on that later.
All right, thanks so much for your interest statement. Valeria, why don't we move to you next?
Okay, thank you, and thank you for having me, and good morning, everyone. Yes, so my name is Valeria, working in DG Clima in the unit that is responsible for the intersection between agriculture, forestry, and climate change. And the question is not easy to answer. How much can we expect from the agricultural sector? Also because we are currently running all the analysis that is needed to answer the question, but I cannot give an answer yet because this will be published with together with the communication on the 2040 target in the 2040 target in the beginning of next year. So we have now just completed the negotiations for the Fit for 55 package, which were aimed at putting in place all the climate policy framework for 2030. So we are already thinking ahead for the next decade, and we need a headline target for 2040. This is what colleagues in DG Clima, we're not my unit in the lead, of course, but we contribute to the discussion internally. We are discussing what is feasible and what will be required by the different sectors to achieve climate neutrality in 2050, and on the pathway to 2050, what should be the target in 2040. But this initial communication in the beginning of next year will not yet include the policies, the assessment of the different policies for each sector. This will come as the next step once the new commission is in place. But what is already clear from the analysis that we are doing is that, and it will come to no surprise to anyone, is that we expect the energy, the transport, the industry sector to decarbonize very, very rapidly with the electrification of transport and heating and many industrial processes. And this will lead the agricultural sector, which is today maybe the, well, fourth, fifth, I don't remember now, but sector in terms of emissions, it will push it to the forefront. It will become the highest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Europe. And this will mean that in the next decade, the focus of climate policies, which in the past 2 decades has been on industry, energy, and transport, will shift to what is left. What is still a big source of emission is the agricultural sector. Of course, the agricultural sector is also providing the removals that we need to achieve climate neutrality, the agriculture and the land sector, and is also providing a lot of the materials that are needed by the industry sectors to decarbonize in a bioeconomy context. So it's, as I already heard many times this morning, part of the solution, and it's also plays a big role in the fight against biodiversity loss. So I already heard many things that we are reflecting on in terms also of the role of all the actors on the value chain, because if focus only on the farmer as responsible of all the evils in the world is not helpful, and it's not even realistic in terms of what a farmer alone can do. As we heard this morning from the farmers, you also need very, very good interventions, by the way, very, very insightful. You also need all the actors on the value chain that work with the farmers and that depend on the farmers on a well-functioning farming ecosystem to do their business. They should also contribute. So these are all things we are reflecting on now.
Yeah, thank you. So the focus on climate-friendly agriculture is only going to increase in the next years and decades. It's an interesting thought. Yeah, Celia, why don't you go next? Let's pass to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've heard this morning that clearly agriculture has a potential to cut its emissions, which I think is important to be reminded of, because it's very interesting to hear what you're just saying, Valeria, with this idea that agriculture will be the last sector to act. That is maybe not exactly what you meant, but yeah, there's definitely this idea quite often that agriculture is a sector that has hard to abate emissions and hence shouldn't be the priority. Whereas what we say in the EB is that we need to act on all fronts at the same time. That means acting on industry, acting on emissions from agriculture, and acting on removals, and not allowing any of those action points to compensate for a lack of action elsewhere. There does seem to be the potential for the agriculture sector to actually reach net zero if we're really ambitious. But what this requires really is a massive change in how we're producing food. What we call for in the EEB, which goes along the same lines as what Pierre-Marie presented this morning, is a transition to agroecology. We could also call this regenerative agriculture if we're meaning this in an ambitious way, which means really moving away from an intensive use of inputs and restoring ecosystems so that we can reduce nitrous oxide emissions from the use of fertilizers, reducing animal numbers and bringing animals back in coherence with our sort of the carrying capacity of our environment, so that we can cut emissions from livestock. And then, of course, changing also on the consumption side. And so when we talk about climate mitigation in the agriculture sector, we feel it's very important to look at both at production and consumption. And definitely, we agree very much with what Valeria said. It's not just about farmers, but the whole value chain needs to act. So yeah, as a sort of scene setting, clearly there will be big changes for society. And as my colleague Faustine said this morning, policy needs to be driving this. And so that's why we're very keen and happy to be here debating this today with you, and especially how can climate policy push for this change? Because so far in climate policy, we haven't talked about agriculture, and in agricultural policy, we have only just started talking a bit about climate, but not enough. So looking forward to this discussion.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we've heard a little bit about the EU now. Now, Indra, you can, you're expert a bit for the UK side. So yeah, why don't you give us that introduction?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me along today. Yes, I'm going to give very much like the UK context. So in 2019, the UK government legislated the net zero target for 2050. And obviously that means contribution from all sectors of the economy, and that includes the agricultural sector as well. But unlike some sectors of the economy, such as electricity generation and surface transport, it will not be possible to get to zero emissions in the agricultural sector, due to biological and chemical processes inherent in livestock and cropland farming. There's no silver bullet that can eliminate those emissions. So what does that mean? So obviously there's still a range of measures that can be adopted to reduce agricultural emissions. And the sort of first things that farmers can do is to farm in a sort of lower carbon intensive way. So what does that mean? So that means, technologies, for example, that can, breeding of cattle that can reduce the methane that's produced in ruminants, also changes in the diets of livestock as well. And also, use of clover, for example, if you incorporate that in the soils, that can reduce nitrogen use. And obviously, it's much easier to, decarbonise farm machinery. So that's a given that can be totally decarbonised. So in our, and what we've also got to be sure is that all of this can be done while still maintaining a viable agricultural sector that doesn't lead to offshoring of food production overseas, and which can also bring a range of other environmental benefits, such as having better water and air quality, enhanced biodiversity, and increasing the resilience of rural environment in the face of a warmer climate. So apart from, farming in a sort of more low carbon way, what we found at the CCC in our 6 carbon budget analysis that took us to the 2030, the work that was done 3 years ago, is that the take-up of low carbon farming measures only actually reduced agricultural emissions by about 11% between 2019 and 2050. So clearly more has to be done. So that entails looking at the way we use our land. Agriculture in the UK accounts for just over 70% of UK land area, which I believe is much higher than the EU average, which is about 38–40%. So clearly, if we want to increase tree planting, if we want to restore some of our peatlands, which are high emitting sources, we've got to take some of that land out of agriculture to offset those agricultural emissions. And that includes also agroforestry, planting trees on land, less permanent than, say, planting a whole woodland area, and also growing perennial energy crops, such as miscanthus and short rotation crop-is, which can be used in vets, for example. So for the 6 carbon budget analysis that we did 3 3 years ago, we estimated that to obtain all of those sort of land-based measures such as tree planting and offsetting some of the emissions from peatland restoration, we needed roughly about a fifth of land in UK agriculture to come out of agricultural production for these other measures by 2050. Even allowing for this, however, under our central scenario, agriculture emissions continue to remain a net source of emissions by 2050. And achieving these reductions will rely on farmers and land managers to take action to change how they see themselves, not solely as producers of food, but producers of environmental benefits, be it for reducing emissions or improving water and air quality. But this action is voluntary at the moment, but there's obviously a strong need for firm support from government, both in terms of providing financial support and to ensure that the transition is done in a fair manner. So also providing the funding, but also addressing the multiple barriers that currently exist that prevent some of this change. The current policy measures will not deliver the required level of ambition. Each year we report to Parliament in our annual progress report, and we look at a range of indicators in agriculture and land use to measure the progress in reducing emissions. And actually all of those indicators are well behind what is needed.
Thank you. I think we have a good base for discussion from all of your interest statements. Maybe Samuel, since we haven't heard from you in a few minutes, let's start with you. Intra just mentioned a few areas of agricultural emissions that could be tackled: livestock, fertilizers, machinery, maybe land use. In your view, what's maybe the most urgent area of agri emissions to tackle, or what's also the most promising, the most effective to tackle?
Well, this morning I heard Professor Smith from Aberdeen University. I think his message was very clear regarding the potential of different technical leverage to reduce emissions from the farming sector. We all know this kind of portfolio of technologies, options to reduce emissions from farm to fork. I would say from ecological intensification to dietary changes at the consumer's level. So we all know that, and I think most of them are already included in many strategies at national and regional levels, so to encourage farmers to move forward. But the question is how to better align the incentives in order to embark all the stakeholders and all the farmers in the same direction. In other words, how to better align the technical and systemic solutions we may have on board in different plans, and namely, for instance, in the national CAP strategic plans, with the financial provision we need to support and to secure the transition pathways at farm level. So this is a critical question at the moment, and already this year, from the first year of implementation of the CAP, we already have identified problems and serious financing issues in some regions in order to secure the transition pathways of farmers toward net zero objective. So there is a question of alignment between the objective and the provision, financial provisions. And secondly, what matters also in the long run is not to distinguish and to differentiate the mitigation and adaptation objectives. We need to address both mitigation and adaptations because, as Faustine Defosse said before this morning in introduction, we are aware about the extreme vulnerabilities of the food and farming system across different European regions. Every week, every month, we face new disasters, etc. So it's also important from a public perspective to better consider seriously the adaptation objective as well as the mitigation objectives. To say that in a kind of slogan we have at I4C, it's adaptation is a way to avoid the unmanageable situation and to manage the unavoidable ones. So we need to better anticipate. This is the role of the public policies also to show a specific direction for the food and farming sectors in order to secure again the transition pathways of the farmers and to also secure the transition pathway at the downstream levels in the agri-food chains. So this is important first regarding the scope, not to focus only on the farmers only. It's probably not up to farmers to bear all the net zero efforts. So we have to share the efforts toward the other chains of the food chains in the downstream sectors first. And secondly, to address both reductions and adaptation as well.
Yeah, thank you. If we talk about reductions, Celia, what do you think? What kind of policy instruments are maybe the most effective or the most adequate? Should we talk about maybe including the agri sector in some type of carbon pricing or even emission trading? Or should we look more at subsidies, for example, via the CAP, incentivizing financially this transition? What do you think?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, first, clearly a bit of a recurrent refrain, but there is no silver bullet. That's quite clear. But so what the EEB has been saying, and which is also
We don't hear you anymore. We cannot hear you. That's gone.
cutting emissions and using carbon sequestration. Those aspects really go hand in hand. So once we have those clear targets, we need policy instruments to make the change happen. And here, clearly, we need a mix of stick and carrot. Carbon pricing or some form of application of the polluter-pays principle could play a role in being part of that stick. It makes sense. I mean, in the EB, we support the general principle of applying the polluter-pays principle. It's fair. It's an effective way to address pollution. But it also can't be the only approach. And clearly, we need also some regulatory approaches. And the EU has been working on some of them. The Industrial Emissions Directive, for example, seeking to address emissions from livestock is an important one, where I think still missing instruments on fertilizers. We have the Nitrates Directive, but it has huge issues with implementation and enforcement. And still we have huge losses of nutrients to the environment from fertilizers and manure use, etc. And then clearly we can't just use a stick, otherwise we're just going to be beating our farmers into the ground. We do need the carrot, and we see that the EU's farming subsidies have a key role to play in being the carrot, in really enabling and supporting farmers to change. But something that needs to change from what is happening now is that right now the CAP is still putting a lot of money in the wrong kind of practices and the wrong kind of models. so what we call harmful subsidies. And so this is also looking at this policy mix and trying to make it all coherent. It's also like addressing those harmful subsidies, as well as making sure that we're putting in place subsidies to support the positive change that we want to see.
Yeah, maybe Valeria, you maybe want to reply a bit about this policy mix, the stick and the carrot. What's the EU's take? What's kind of the policy mix you're looking for? Are there any thoughts at all to implement a type of carbon pricing or emissions trading for agriculture, or does that not make sense in your view?
So we currently don't have any application of carbon pricing to agriculture. We have it in almost every other sector of the economy. Of course, the EU ETS is a central one applied to energy manufacture, to the big industrial installations, but also with the ETS2, other sectors, buildings, transport, small industries are brought into a carbon pricing system. So really, again, agriculture is one of the few sectors left out of a carbon pricing mechanism. So the question is, of course, out there whether it should also be under a carbon pricing mechanism. And for this, we just finished a study on this topic that is almost very close to publication. It's just a matter of internal bureaucracy to publish it, but it will be published in the next days. And it's a study which not only looks at how an ETS system could be applied to agricultural emissions, but also how the revenues collected through this ETS system could be given back to the farmers to reward good practices. Because, of course, this is a challenge this would be a challenge for farmers. As I said, this will be the stick. It needs to be accompanied by a carrot, whereby the money that is collected is also redistributed to support good practices. But this is just one idea on the table. This is an exploratory study with no commitment to turn it into a policy proposal because, well, it's just too early for that. We have elections next year, and we are waiting to see what the new commission will be like. But I hear also in the parliament, well, in the current parliament, the idea is also being discussed. So it's definitely in the debate, and we want to be part of this debate. That's a reason why we did this study. I wanted to mention something about the policy mix that wasn't mentioned yet, and I think it's very important. It's a bit of a meta approach, which is the quality of the data that we have, because what is really unfortunate is that we see the agricultural emissions stagnating at the EU level in the inventories, but also we don't know exactly what is behind that number, and we don't know if those numbers truly reflect the effort that is being made by farmers to reduce their emissions, because very often the inventory numbers are really based on a very rough calculations of numbers of livestock times an emission factor, and they don't differentiate between farmers who, for instance, implement the measures you mentioned, breeding and feed additives, and the same with the fertilizer application. These are very rough estimates that do not reflect what is being done on the ground. And as long as we don't improve this kind of monitoring and reporting of emissions and also of removals, we cannot direct public policy, public support into where it is really needed. So I think one important effort, besides reforming the climate policy framework, the common agricultural policy, which in the next years will be again discussed, is also a big effort to improve how we recognize the efforts done, and also how we recognize the bad practices, of course, how we recognize exactly what is done on the ground.
Yeah, indeed, monitoring a big issue. Indra, maybe you can give us a little insight into the UK debate, kind of the policy mix that we've been talking about that the UK is going for.
Yeah, I mean, if I can just look back historically, so while emissions in agriculture certainly stagnated in the last 10 years, there has been a long-term sharp drop since 1990. So I think about 18% of agricultural emissions has come down. And if you look at the drivers of that's been largely as a result of regulation for non-GHG pollutants. So the Water Framework Directive, Nitrates Directive did change the behaviour of farmers, so which did see a corresponding fall in emissions. And obviously CAP reform in the 1990s and early 2000s, which delinked, subsidy to cattle head, for example, did see a drop in livestock head. So obviously dropping methane and associated nitrous oxide emissions with livestock. So I think, regulation does have a part to play. So at the moment, the UK UK level, the agricultural policy is devolved. So England's responsible for its one, and likewise for the devolved administrations. But when looking at current baseline regulations, that has yet to come out. That farmers had to adhere to get the basic payment, and of good environmental practice in addition to what farmers should be doing anyway. So I think there's a case for having good baseline regulation, and then on as well, what will they do to help and support farmers?
Yeah, thanks. But let's maybe move a bit to the other aspect or the other part of this, which is the carbon sinks or carbon sequestration. Celia, what do you think? How do carbon sinks play into this framework of making agriculture more climate friendly? What role can and should they maybe play? We often hear from the sector it's one of the only sectors that can actually provide negative emissions. It's kind of the take to approach it with.
It can, but it's not what's happening right now. I think it's important to remember that as well. I can't speak for the UK, but in the EU, agricultural land is a net source of greenhouse gas emissions, and that's primarily because we are still farming on drained peatlands. And even though we're talking of a tiny area, this just completely offsets the sequestration of other land. And yet we're still not doing anything about that, which I find really quite shocking because it's really the low-hanging fruit. But so, yes, I mean, clearly in my first opening statement, I said that in the EB, we believe that there may be the scope for agriculture to actually reach net zero by strongly reducing its emissions through a transition to agroecology and change in diets. But of course, it can't go to zero, only net zero. And that would be with really massive uptake of agroforestry, re-wetting of peatlands and of drained peatlands, keeping our grasslands and restoring our grasslands, because a lot of our grasslands are actually quite degraded, and then restoring all of our arable land as well, which is something we were hoping the soil health law would be leading the EU towards. In the end, we only get a soil monitoring law, but we'll see what comes out of that. And then the key question, of course, is how do we make that happen? And again, here, we believe that a mix of regulatory approaches, which just ban the outright wrong practices of, for example, draining peatlands, is necessary. And then on the other hand, we need to provide instruments for farmers to get an income. What Duncan was saying just earlier, it makes sense that farmers would be paid for the services that they deliver to society, and carbon sequestration is one of those. But how you do that is very important. And it's no secret that environmental NGOs are not keen at all on voluntary carbon markets. We see many issues with it. One of them being just the huge risk of greenwashing. And we keep seeing reports in the news about voluntary carbon market schemes just being based on smoke and mirrors. So while we do believe that the private sector can and should play a role, let's not do it through a sort of offsetting approach, but perhaps instead through collaboration in the supply chain, where we really incentivize or nudge actors in supply chain, processors, big food brands, others to invest in this change at the production level, but not without necessarily then claiming to be carbon neutral, because they're not. It's not factual, let's say. And there's a lot of mistrust amongst the general public of carbon neutrality claims, and rightly so. So let's just not go down this path. Let's instead look at, making claims on we are contributing to financing climate action. Yes, no problem with that. So yeah, that's some thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, right. So you mentioned this. On the one hand, carbon farming is a potential income source, and then on the other hand, ensuring that it's kind of robust and doesn't leave room for greenwashing. Maybe Samuel, if you can hear us again, is the technology work perfect? Okay. I'd put the question to you: what policy instruments, what kind of incentives, and also monitoring system do you think makes sense to incentivize carbon farming, but then again also make sure that it's robust?
Thank you. I would echo what Celia just said before. Indeed, obviously, we need a policy mix. We need to have a smart balance between the carrot and the sticks. Coming back on the carbon sinks, first of all, I think it's up to the stick first to ensure that the carbon sinks, for instance, in the farming sector with the permanent grasslands, namely the permanent grasslands would not drop, but beyond the maintenance of permanent grasslands and semi-permanent grasslands, we need to ensure that the current policies are working properly, and that the monitoring systems are adequate in order to ensure that the future of permanent grasslands is not unsecured, I would say. In terms of monitoring at this level, I think it's important to better consider the individual monitoring at farm holding level and not just at regional level. This is a monitoring detail that matters. Beyond that, we need to combine with other carrot instruments in order to better incentivize farmers to adopt and to sustain their management of grasslands. And beyond that, there is a serious issue about the future of livestock, indeed, because there is a parallel between the livestock dynamics and the livestock demographic, I would say, and the situation of grasslands. So less animals means less grasslands in an absolute way, but we have to better analyze carefully these trends. Then I think, and I come back to the Common Agricultural Policy again, because it's again something big in the picture with more than 264 billion euro for the period. So this is an important leverage in order to accompany the transition towards a net zero agenda. I believe many efforts have to be done in the short run in the current period in order to better assess the contribution of the different instruments, including the sticks and the carrots, to the net zero objectives. For instance, regarding the Pillar 1 eco schemes, would be interesting to be assessed again against the net zero objectives, because it's a lot of money potentially. More than 30% of the CAP expenditures have a kind of envy and climate tag, but in reality on the ground it's not taken for granted that all this money is spent in a very efficient manner with results. Beyond that, we have to think more seriously about result-based payments in the long run. Result-based payments for carbon sequestration and carbon reductions. So this is not the case yet, so we need to better address that in the middle run. And in the long run, this is a question I have regarding the design of such masterpiece policy framework in the EU. Probably at a certain point, we will have to reset the CAP from the design to the implementation stage. In other words, we will have to reassess the policy kinetic from Brussels to the ground regarding the different competencies and governance of the policy framework. And coming back to the climate objectives, to have a better, a broader picture with more coherence and alignment between policies and strategies, but also policies, strategies, and funding mechanisms. For instance, regarding the last period from the last CAP reform, it's fair to say that the alignment between the Green Deal objectives with the long-term vision for rural areas and with the common agricultural policy objectives probably were not so well aligned, I would say. So beyond that, there is a question regarding the number of objectives to be fulfilled by the common agricultural policy. So this is a question for the future. Is it possible to address so much specific objectives in the same time while the climate agenda is so high for this sector?
Yeah, I think we'll definitely also come back to that in the panel after lunch to discuss it a bit more. About some interesting points raised. I just wanted, before we move to some audience questions in a minute, I just want to give briefly the word to both of you to maybe talk a bit about the EU's and the UK's approach to carbon farming. So we know that the Commission tabled the carbon removals framework some time ago, which basically aims to set EU-wide standards for carbon removals, but it doesn't go into what should happen with these certifications kind of financially or economically. So yeah, I was wondering, what's your take on that? Basically, once we've certified the emission removals, what should happen with that?
Yes, so the initial idea was that when we look at the barriers to the uptake of carbon farming, we saw that among the barriers there was the cost of the MRV and the complexity of the MRV. Was a lack of advisory services for farmers and accompanying experts so that help them apply carbon farming. And all this was a bit blocking access to finance for the farmers. With this proposal, we wanted to address those barriers, so to provide a harmonized framework for the MRV that strikes the right balance between accuracy and costs. And with this harmonized also certification process at the EU level. So in the proposal, we have rules for the certification schemes, for the certification bodies, so that when a farmer, a forester, or any operator providing carbon removals wants to get certified, he knows that the procedure will be the same, whatever certification schemes he applies for. So this is also quite a significant simplification. And in the case of carbon farming, we know that farmers will not go alone individually to the certification schemes saying, I want to be certified. They will group together in groups of farmers that will be helped by an intermediary, sort of agricultural consultancy that will help them not only to access the certification scheme registry, but also to know what to do on the ground. So these rules are supposed to create a business environment for all these companies providing advisory services, hence tackling the second barrier I mentioned. This is where we stop, with the quality criteria for the certification methodologies and with the harmonized rule for the certification process. Where the certified units go after that, it's not that it is not important, it's just that there are other pieces of European legislation that will tackle that. There is now under discussion the the proposal on the empowering consumers for the green transition, which amends the Unfair Commercial Practice Directive. And there you have a piece of legislation that is addressing what type of commercial practices can be made, including when you make environmental claims. And then there is the Green Claims Directive, which is there is a lex specialis, is a legalistic jargon. It implements these empowering consumers for the green transition, and there are rules on how companies can make environmental claims and how these claims can be verified. In addition, there is also the sustainability reporting standards for corporations under the Corporate Sustainability Directive. That is already an existing directive, which also says if you are a corporation and you have some material impacts on climate change, you have to report on what you do to decrease your emissions. So all these policy framework to regulate what environmental claims and how companies can make environmental claims is already out there. And the point of the carbon removal certification framework is to provide the input to these kind of claims, but we didn't want to double legislate. Of course, now co-legislators want to improve clarity, which is welcome, and trying to put linkages to those legislation, especially in the parliament. So possibly this can be made clearer in the final version of the legislation, but this was our angle when we made the proposal.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe very briefly, running out of time, but Indra, maybe you can give us a little rundown of the UK side of things, what you make of it, the kind of approach to carbon farming.
I mean, we've got very robust sort of mechanisms in place to sort of verify the carbon claims for peatland restoration and woodlands. So that's the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code. So, that gives assurance to investors that, the carbon that they're paying for is more or less going to be delivered. But it's less, the evidence or there's less clarity, I would say, for carbon farming. So by carbon farming, I would say that's, how can farmers manage their land? So it's not about planting trees, but it's how you can manage your existing land in a way that can increase soil carbon. Yeah. So, the claims are less, they're a bit more less robust, I would say. There's not a robust mechanism in place as there is for peatland or the Woodland Code. There's multiple sort of companies out there that are sort of, operating in this space. So what we need is sort of more evidence, and that can then build a robust code as well. And until that time actually happens, so at the CCC point of view, we don't actually include measures, those sorts of type of land management measures in our abatement pathways, because the evidence has to be more robust.
Thank you. All right, I got a question for Indra and Celia, asking why do you think the EU and the UK have such different ambitions for decarbonization of the agri-food sector and reaching net zero? So maybe if you could give a little take on that. Or
I don't know if we have such different ambitions in terms of like the overall big targets. Yeah. Both the UK and the EU want to get to net zero for their whole economy. One big difference that I see is that the farming sector, as in represented by the National Farmers Union in England, at least, or England and Wales, has come up with a position saying that they want to get to net zero. We as EEB don't necessarily agree with all of the ways in which they want to do that, but at least they are on board with this agenda. And that's something that we don't see in the same way with the mainstream farming union, let's call them, here in Brussels. And that is definitely hindering change, because then there's really a strong resistance to addressing greenhouse gas emissions in the agriculture sector coming from the sort of mainstream farming lobbies and from agriculture ministers who are very much defending sort of this business as usual. And it feels like we don't see that in the same way in the UK. I mean, the fact that you're completely overhauling your agricultural policy is also a sign of that, I would say.
Can I just say about the NFU 2040 ambition? So that's So one of the things they look at is that they want to claim one of the things is about farmers growing energy crops, and that's then combusted in BECCS. But the emissions that's displacing in terms of fossil fuel, that's the abatement that they want as part of the net zero. So it's a bit tenuous as to how that 2040 is actually delivered, and there's no diet change, there's no large scale woodland creation either. So yeah, lots of differences to how we see, agriculture coming down.
There's one question here that could you just pop it in the Slido if you just have to scan there. Sorry. Okay, well, maybe we can pass you a mic to give you a question in the room. All right, there we go.
No, thanks. I will take the floor because I'm from DG Agri in the European Commission, and it was a good, I would say, intervention from Samuel as regards carbon grassland, because he wants to have more monitoring in this land use, and in fact in our CEP there is existing monitoring, but it's very challenging in fact because the sectors use carbon grassland is ruminant livestock, and sometimes they are not in good position. They are not so competitive, and there is no attractivity for this type of sectors. And today we are confronted with some defensive position in some country like Baltic country, because they prefer to move to arable land use instead to keep a carbon grassland. That means we have to have a balanced approach and to see where is the priority, because when we talk about support, direct support, and we have the tendency to challenge direct support and to talk of harmful subsidy, and we need to be cautious on this concept, because sometimes there is still a subsidy for livestock. Okay, livestock need to make some improvement to have appropriate density. We need to change on the practice, but we have to be careful how we approach our fish via this livestock, because we have a strong relation with permanent grassland.
Samuel, do you maybe want to comment?
Yeah, I very much agree with Emmanuel. If I recognize your voice, good morning, Emmanuel. Indeed, very short. Regarding the ruminant sectors in cattle and dairy sectors, indeed, it's a very, very serious concern, because as I said before, in many regions, the decline of livestock activities led and continues to lead to an abandonment of permanent grasslands. So this is a very, very serious regarding the potential of carbon sinks in many national and European trajectories toward the net zero emissions. So saying that, we have to maybe to consider that for the future of the ruminant sectors, the future, I would say, is very, very and highly dependent on the health and healthy grasslands, both permanent and semi-permanent grasslands. And there the challenge at policy level is to better consider the maintenance and not only the maintenance, but also the improvement of such carbon sinks through a policy mix. Usually in the CAP, it's up to the cross compliance to address the maintenance of such carbon sinks, but we need to improve the situation and the policy mix through more management measures, to encourage farmers to keep them even through the livestock industry is declining. This is a challenging question.
Yeah, thanks. I think Celia also wanted to comment briefly.
Yeah, I just wanted to also bring a different dimension to this, because of course, I think I've mentioned in the EB, we want to keep the grasslands that we have because it fits very much with this vision of moving towards agroecology. And indeed, then the question of how much meat we eat, how much animal products we eat, and what type of animal products, and how they're produced is crucial to this debate. And what we've been seeing in the EU is a move towards industrialization of livestock production, where a lot of grasslands have been converted to produce cereals or corn that is then fed to animals in stables. And that's a very worrying trend and definitely not what we are promoting. And just to link it back to the climate discussion, I was hearing yesterday about a case where a big dairy processor wanted to come up with a carbon neutral label, which then would mean that the farmers taking part had to bring their cows inside so that they could feed the cows feed additives. And so I'm just bringing this up to say, like, we really have to be super careful with the way we design incentives, the type of measures that we promote, because we could be going completely in the wrong direction. And that's partially why environmental NGOs are so wary and opposing towards carbon markets and carbon market approach, because it just tends to look very narrowly at carbon emission and the carbon footprint without looking at the bigger picture. And that could really have very bad consequences for biodiversity, for many other ecosystem services that sustainable agroecological or regenerative farming can provide.
Right, maybe one last question before a well-earned lunch break to Valeria. We have a question here asking, what's the outlook for policies to enable sustainable farming and food systems when recent EU files have been dropped or watered down, referring, I assume, to things like animal welfare legislation, sustainable food systems law?
Well, the main policy to enable sustainable farming would be the next common agricultural policy. So in that context, between now and the European elections, something will still happen, because there would be this, now I don't remember, strategic dialogue on the future of agriculture that was announced by the president at the speech on the State of the European Union. So our colleagues in the DG are organizing a very comprehensive round of consultation of stakeholders. So that will be the next big step, the discussions around the future reform of the CAP. And as I said, on the side of DG Clima, once we have this 2040 headline target out, we will start working on the sectoral policies for the land sector. So in climate policy, we are covered until 2030. The common agricultural policy covers until 2027. Everything next is to be discussed in the next 2 years. So it's really now the time to bring ideas to the table and to see what is the right mix. I cannot comment on the sustainable food system. It's not one of a file I work on, but I really don't know if it's completely dead or if it would be reproposed. I really don't know.
All right. Well, I think that's all we have time for in this panel. Thanks so much for all the panelists here with me. And for us, it's time for a little lunch break. So I'll see you back at 2 p.m. and yeah, have a good lunch. That's the agriculture policy side. And we already heard quite a bit about farming subsidies, the CAP, the UK's farming subsidies program before lunch, so we'll have a chance to talk a bit more in detail about that. So I'm happy to be joined by our panelists. With me, we have Alistair Leake, Director of Policy at the Game and Wildlife Conservation Trust in the UK. We have thankfully jumped in last minute to replace a colleague, Harriet Badley from the Institute of European Environmental Policy, joining us online. We have with me Francesco Vanni from the OECD. He's an agricultural policy analyst there. And finally, last but not least, Caspar Solim de Zwarte, Senior Manager for Advocacy and Communication at OP2B, an international business coalition on biodiversity and regenerative agriculture. So that's the panel. And as before, we asked the panel to give some introductory statements, and we have a very easy question, not challenging at all. We often hear about path dependency in agriculture policy. So this idea that some things are the way they are just because they developed this way historically. So we asked panelists to share with us, if you could design an agricultural policy or subsidy scheme from scratch, so without these historical legacies, what would be 2 or 3 key aspects of it? And of course, this is going to be completely told to us in detail in 3 minutes. No, of course, just It's just about getting a little idea of 2 or 3 key aspects. So, Alistair, why don't we start with you with your opening statement?
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, so what would I do if we started all over again? Well, first of all, I think I'd do something really, really simple. So say I have a 200-hectare farm, and 150 hectares of that farm I'm farming, and 50 hectares of that farm is hedges and woodland and ponds and field margins. In other words, all the bits which are giving us nature and carbon sequestration. I would pay the farmer for that uncropped land. And my rationale behind this is the farmer who is farming 200 hectares of a 200-hectare farm is leaving no space for nature or for carbon sequestration, but he's making money out of that land. The farmer that is only farming 150 hectares of that land, the other 50 is delivering the environmental goods and services which we want as society. So we should pay for that. And that makes it very, very simple for the government to work out how much land is out there that is delivering these natural services. And then they can work out how much money to pay for that, to leave enough in the budget to pay for the really good stuff. So that's my leader.
Thanks, brief and to the point. Harriet, why don't you take over online with your opening statement?
Sure, thanks, Julia. Yeah, actually, IEP has recently concluded and published a vision for the future of agricultural subsidies and the CAP post-2027. We published it last month, and we worked with a group of experts and think tanks also in many member states on this, and identified 4 priorities for support for the agricultural sector to undergo the transition that is needed for sustainability goals to be met. And those priorities that were identified, one really important one that I think there's been less focus on before was the need for significant aid for a transitionary period for farmers and other land managers, either those undergoing significant changes to their practices or production systems, but that are staying in farming, or also aid for sectors or regions where there might be actually significant numbers of farms going out of farming or diversifying into other types of business models. So, for example, where we need to re-wet peatlands, for example. So we said there should be this transitionary aid that will also help farmers to adjust, obviously, to a new type of farming, which might involve lower yields in the first years when they're changing. Then we said that once the transition kind of period is over and that aid is no longer available, the ongoing basis of support does need to be the support for public goods and services. So we've just had a rationale for that, and I think that's been around a long time. And we would argue that we do need to provide some ongoing payments for those over the long run, and that would give also farmers and land managers some certainty that they can have that as a source of income. Then accompanying these two, there needs to be much more training and advice. So that's been a big gap up until now, not enough training and advice for farmers or land managers to make the changes and to become more sustainable. And also accompanying this, also we think that there needs to be more investment in innovation and research, because we don't necessarily know all of the solutions that we will need in order to move to a more sustainable agricultural model in the EU. So we need to have constant innovation and research accompanying this. And IEP has suggested that in order to implement these priorities more so than is happening and that we're seeing in the CAP, that we would actually suggest creating a new fund to deliver especially these payments for transition and payments for public goods out of the EU budget.
Thank you, Harriet. Francesco, let's move to you next.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation today. It was really a pleasure this morning to also to listen the intervention from farmers and researchers. I learned quite a lot. I'm not an expert on carbon farming. And I also started to say that we, as a IEP, area trade, we also published a report recently on the future of policy in the EU, which more or less the message are very much aligned with the one expressed by Harriet a few minutes ago, so I will not repeat. But I would like maybe to stress a few things, replying directly to your question, which are if I should start a new policy in the agricultural sector. From the ECD perspective, we see that many agricultural policy actually lack of targeting. So thinking about the targeting of the policy, I think, is a key issue. It's a really simple message, but it's still a policy advice that we do every time, but apparently it doesn't work so much in the field, because we see that the OECD, not only in Europe, but other many countries, sometimes subsidies are given to all farmers, to all land, and discriminatory, depending on what they produce, what they do, and so far. So having a target and pay and then design subsidies to reach an objectives is really important. So even to start a policy on the field, just making really the simple example are direct payments of the common agricultural policies. They're supposed to support income, but they are based on area owned by farms. So the target of income support is not really clear. In order to have a target, you have to be clear objective, and also you have to have measurable results and outcome. So an important message will be, when I design a new policy, I need to think how I'm going to measure the impact of that policy. So do we have the indicators of that? Otherwise, the design of policy is really likely that it's going to be a failure of the policy side. Maybe a second point linked to that: when you want to target policy, you have to, especially for agricultural policy, also for rural development policies, you need to involve local level of government, and also you need to involve the beneficiaries. So the second point from my side will be on that. You want to design a new policy involving the farmers or the land management since the beginning of the policy process, during the policy design, implementation, and delivery. Otherwise, it's very difficult that farmers will follow the policy. So if you want to implement a new policy, you need to mobilize the knowledge of the potential beneficiaries. They are the people that need to act a change in their farm business, so they need to understand what they are doing, and what they are doing need to be coherent with their attitude, motivation, skills, knowledge. So policies should, in theory, activate a knowledge, mobilize knowledge of beneficiaries, and above all, make sure that this knowledge is spread across also different beneficiaries. So accompany the policy with the right advice, training, and so on. So the issues of training and data is really important. Yes, I think these two are, for the moment, the key.
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting. Yeah, last but not least, Casper, listen to you.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. But thank you even more for having this kind of question, because this gives me the opportunity for the first time to start a speech with these words like "I have a dream," which is always nice to do. And my dream is that the common agricultural policy will be an instrument of change again, because this is what it's meant to do, and not an instrument of just income substitution. And in order to make this change, I think there are three things that are essential. That are essential to make different in the next CAP. First of all, let's stop calling it an agricultural policy. It should be a holistic approach. It should be really a food systems policy, and this food systems policy should be outcome-based, not looking at measures for what people are doing, but what the result and the impact is of what companies and supply chain actors and banks and everybody involved with the food system is actually doing. The second thing that we need to change is that there should be a recognition of regenerative agriculture, of that impact. So that what is being done is that key performance indicators are being recognized by the European policy, and that we are basing our policy on those key performance indicators. Industry, so large industries, which I'm representing, are already there. They're already doing it, and they are dying to collaborate with policymakers to come up with this holistic approach where everybody is working together. And finally, what is necessary to make this change happen is that there is going to be a transition fund, preferably a public-private transition fund, to help farmers not only invest in the beginning or to have extra funding for lands that they're not using, but really to cross the gap from when you're starting with the transition up until you're back to normal. So those three things, a systemic approach, an outcome-based approach based on indicators, and a transition fund. I think those are the three things that are really necessary in the new common food system policy.
Thank you for outlining your dream. Well, let's move into the discussion. Before the break, we heard a bit about the UK moving to this public goods approach in farming subsidies. Obviously, since they left the EU, they had to come up with a new farming support policy or decide kind of the direction to take. And yeah, so they focus on this public goods approach. So Alistair, I was just wondering if maybe you want to say a few words on how you've seen that and kind of what's your take on the direction the UK has gone in since Brexit.
Okay, thank you. I think the starting point here is that even before the vote to leave the EU, every political party in the United Kingdom had one common policy objective across all the three main parties, which was reform the CAP, or in some cases, scrap the CAP. So there's always been an underlying desire in the UK to do our agricultural policy differently. What different looked like was never very clear to any of us, I don't think, except for perhaps to Her Majesty's government, the Treasury. The Treasury were pretty clear about what they wanted from this. What they really didn't like was the basic payment scheme, which gave money to farmers just for being farmers. In fact, you didn't actually have to grow any crops towards the end of that scheme. You just had to register your land and say that you were a farmer. And so what the Treasury wanted to achieve was some tangible public benefits for that money given to farmers. And a commitment was made by the government that the money that was given to farmers under the CAP would be ring-fenced and maintained in a new scheme. And so they had to find a way to give that money, as was promised, to farmers and satisfy the Treasury at the same time that they weren't giving it to farmers for nothing. It's taken us a very long time to get to where we've got to now, but we do now have a basic scheme which pays farmers for a whole range of what you might call public goods, from soil management to how you look after your hedgerows and so on. And that scheme has now, well, is in the process of being rolling out. But the government have made themselves a particular problem, which I don't think perhaps, well, probably just dawning on them now. You see, if you put a ceiling on the amount of money you're going to give to farmers, but you don't know the extent to which farmers are going to take up the first basic level of the scheme, you don't know how much money's left that you're going to pay for the really useful stuff. Because what I'm talking about in the first scheme is the very basic stuff for hedgerows and soils and so on. What's really going to deliver good carbon management, good biodiversity, is stuff that comes next, which requires a lot more than just basic investment. It requires expertise and proper incentives financially to farmers. But the government don't know how much money they're going to have left to do that. So they're now stalling, in my view, the launch of that scheme, which is really bad news for us in terms of making progress. That said, from a public perspective, the public never liked the fact that farmers were given money with apparently no strings attached. And what at least we have now is a scheme where we as farmers or in the farming industry can say, well, you know, we are doing something for our money. Whether that money's enough for farmers to take it up, whether it'll deliver any reasonable environmental goods, I'm afraid the jury is still out.
Francesca, maybe you were also talking about the difficulties in kind of monitoring and ensuring that goals are actually met. Do you think that you can learn from the UK experience in a positive or also a negative way, learn from where they've been going in terms of moving towards public goods, but also the problems that we just heard about?
Yes, I think so. To some extent, I mean, let's start from the point that was raised on the basic payment schemes. Actually, it's true that the farmers receive money just to be some land, but at least in theory, there is cost compliance. Farmers should follow some environmental requirements, including agricultural environmental conditions. The point is on the implementation of that. I mean, we are not sure whether these requirements are really followed, and if they have not delivered the result on the fish. So in our report, we really stress the fact that in the EU, there is a really high ambition, also innovative tools, but there is a big gap between the ambition and implementation. The tools are there, but are these tools applied? Where are the results? Where are the outcomes in terms of environmental issues? I mean, biodiversity is declining. Greenhouse gas emissions are stable, but rising a bit during the last few years. Nutrient management is still a problem in several areas. So all this money that's supposed to support the sustainability, basically there's a big failure. So what we can learn from the UK? We can learn that maybe it's time to really reconceive the CAP. Try to really finally to break the path dependency of this policy. As if we want to really realign this policy to the European Green Deal objectives, where we to be really imaginative and also think about, for example, reconsider the role of direct payments as well in Europe. I mean, it's a big statement, it's something big, and we are aware we cannot do that in 1 month or 1 year, because it's a bit complex, the CAP, and we also need to think about the effect that this may have in the short terms. So start at least a transition, learning from how to really reorient these payments to public goods. I think we can learn quite a lot. More in details, what do we need to do? I mean, if the direct payments doesn't target really income, household income, we need just to invest, I think, on data and see which are really the farmers that need an income support that target these direct payments to them. And this would allow the EU to free lots of money for important things. Environmental stewardship, but also, why not, innovation, innovative projects on regenerative agriculture, agroecology, and so on, to be sure that farmers have adequate leverage and incentives to adopt innovative practices. Things that which is important to learn is how to reorient this public policy for public goods provision, going a little bit behind the current schemes. If the current scheme didn't work, maybe we need to reconsider that. For example, why not reducing the scope of cross-compliance? If you are not the evidence that this tool really worked, maybe we need just to simplify them and try to really stick on few rules. At the same time, I also understand the objectives of the EU of keeping a sort of baseline and base scheme that really cover a large amount of land, that at least a minimum level of environmental conditions are applied everywhere. So maybe we should not really just take it out the direct payment, but reconsider them to put in a simple way. And all the money is time to think about voluntary schemes structured as payment for ecosystem services, where farmers are really rewarded by the outcome they obtain in terms of environment and climate in their farm.
Yeah, thank you. Harriet, if we talk about this kind of support for regenerative climate-friendly farming, and we heard a bit about the issue of making sure that it provides a fair compensation for farmers, but also at the same time an actual effect on sustainability that's verifiable. How can we design support subsidy policies in a way that ensure this? And maybe in a bit more of a practical or concrete question, should we take a results-based or a practice-based approach? So practice-based in the sense that you reward, for example, planting a hedgerow, or results-based in the sense that you measure certain results and that's what you reward. What's your take there?
Yeah, I think that you can have both, because it depends on the objective that you're trying to achieve. And I think those different scheme designs will be appropriate in different settings. So yeah, if we link back, for example, to the discussion this morning, we were talking a lot about carbon removals, carbon farming. That can be actually really hard to measure if we're talking about, for example, soil carbon. So in that case, it might be much more appropriate to have a practice-based measure, which is based on practices which we know are likely to deliver for soil quality or reducing soil erosion, whatever the objective is that you're trying to achieve, or indeed soil sequestration. I think for biodiversity, I think the idea of result-based payments is a lot more developed, and that's also because it's can be more appropriate to achieving biodiversity outcomes, which sometimes are very specific, often for specific species or specific habitat, and so designing those in a way that a farmer also or the land manager has much more agency in how they what practices they implement in order to achieve a result. That has actually been shown to be quite effective, and I think in many cases be quite popular with those land managers, because they have that agency, and in some cases, yeah, or in many cases, they will be achieving more results as a result, and for them that's much more satisfying, of course. So I think, yeah, it depends on the objectives, and then there's other technical questions, I think, like, you know, administratively, it can be also in a lot of cases, you know, just simpler to obviously design practices and pay for those. And also I think some other issues that we have to think about is questions around, we talked about monitoring, do we have the data to monitor these results, etc., these kind of things. So I think that, yeah, there's a number of different questions that you have to think about. I don't think that it has to really be one or the other. But if I could just also make one final reflection, I think, when we're talking also about UK and lessons, and we've seen this at EU level as well, is that often if you are paying for practices, it can often be, or should be, much more effective to pay for bundles of practices rather than, for example, offer land managers and farmers menus of options where they can choose individual options. Because what we've seen in practice in the UK, I think we've seen this, the reform of the payment system in England, but also we saw it with the greening in the last CAP reform, was that if you give a menu of options, then the tendency is to choose the most easy options to implement, and that leads to the smallest amount of changes. So yes, if you're paying for practices, trying to bundle sets of practices together so that actually those land managers are required to undertake a set that go together and complement each other and lead to real change.
Yeah, thank you. Some really concrete points, very, very technical, very technical thoughts that have to be put into this. Maybe let's take a little step back. Caspar, I just was wondering, because you mentioned earlier kind of this willingness from the business side to move forward, and we were all talking about kind of bringing about change in the CAP, redesigning it kind of in a very ambitious way. How could this kind of change be brought about? Because I think that's a crucial question. How could we move to these approaches that we've been discussing? Because historically it's been very slow to change. Where could this impetus come from? Kind of, what do you think?
That is a difficult question, but I think one of the main things, I'll come back to the question before here, is that if you have a more outcome-based approach, you can take the entire supply chain with you. So you have more actors than farmers and NGOs. You really work with the entire field. And I think that if you simplify it so much that you really look for the key indicators for change, that then you can have companies investing in this change. And they are already doing that. Our members are investing huge amounts. I think Unilever alone is €1 billion of funding for regenerative agriculture. It's global, but can land in the EU as well. So if you start looking at simple key performance indicators, like what are you doing with greenhouse gases? What are you emitting and what are you sequestering? I know technically it's still difficult, but we're getting there. And how can you measure that and use it throughout the supply chain? Then you get involvement of larger companies. If you do the same for water, if you do the same for biodiversity, and if you do the same, for instance, for socioeconomic factors like farmers' income, then you can have a buy-in of everybody involved. And I think that is what is necessary to really start collaborating between public and private actors. What you see now is that public actors, they're investing that way. They invest at a regional scale with different kinds of incentives based on regional politicians. And you see that large industries are working at a global scale for similar investments. So what we need to do is to see how can we align those investments, at least in Europe, to collaborate so that we have more focus and more leverage for farmers to make this change. And that is what's really necessary. Yeah, can I go ahead? Thank you. I think that all actors have a different role to play there. And you have basically three phases when you are talking about transition. Phase one is the initial phase, the investment phase. And in this phase, you need public investments, but you also need private investments from banks. You need knowledge exchange, and this is where large companies can help. So those are the actors in that phase. If you look at the other side of transition, when everything is done, then you have what Duncan was telling us. You already have a better income for lesser yields. You have hopefully loyal customers who take off your harvest. This is also where large companies come into play, where CAP comes into play, especially paying for ecosystem services, which are at that end are actually working. But how to come from this initial investment to a normalized phase where sustainable agriculture is the norm rather than the exception? We need to go through this valley of death. We need to see those investments grow. We need to learn as a farmer to deal with the new situation, but also Mother Nature needs to learn. It takes time for biodiversity to start kicking in. It takes time for soil carbon to be enough. So that time, this is about 3 to 5 years, you need to have a common investments. Public and private need to work together to fill that gap, because only then you can de-risk farmers and they can actually make that change.
Yeah, so okay, public and private investments. Alistair, I think it harks back a bit to what you were saying earlier about the Treasury, kind of the limits of the budget. Do you think that, or do you agree that private investments could be something that helps patch this gap if it goes?
Well, we heard earlier today, the amount of money is not the issue.
Mm.
We just need to redirect the money to a direction that we actually want agriculture to move to.
Mm.
And this is where at least the companies that I represent are willing to put their money where their mouth is.
What's your take?
Well, the government should be at the forefront of pushing the policies in the right direction, but very often we find the private sector is more adept and actually gets ahead of where government can go to. And I think we're seeing that actually both in biodiversity and in carbon. And we've been privileged to work with 2 or 3 major international food brands since 2016, helping their supply chains, firstly with biodiversity and more latterly with carbon. But I have to say, in the private sector, that there are good ways of doing this and there are bad ways of doing this. And I'll give you an example of 2, where a customer says to the supply chain, it is ambition to be carbon neutral in 5 years' time. And the supply chain says back to the customer, how would you like to do that? And the customer says, well, we won't be doing it. You'll be doing it, because you won't be able to supply us unless you are carbon neutral. Now, that to me is quite the opposite of what Casper has just alluded to there. What I like to see is the other example, when the customer comes to the supply chain and say, we're all in this together. We need to minimize our carbon emissions at every point of the production cycle, from the farmers to the distributors to the millers, to the bakers, and into the retail chain at the end of it. And if you start to create an internal market for the carbon within that chain, it's within everybody's interest to minimize the amount of carbon emissions that they're generating, because at one end of the chain, the guy that's got to cook the product is going to have to use some carbon until he's got enough hydrogen to do it. And if he's got to buy some carbon credits from the bottom end of the chain, and as we've already heard, farms are in a good position to sequester carbon, then they'll want to minimize their emission to minimize the amount of carbon they have to trade. And I think that is a really good model where everybody is trying to do their best along that chain and taking mutual responsibility for the outcome.
Thanks. Since you mentioned carbon sequestration, maybe let's talk about that for a little bit. We already did before lunch, but maybe Francesco, if you think a bit about the discussion before lunch as well, it was a bit more from the climate policy side. But how do you think carbon farming policies could also be integrated into things like the CAP or agricultural subsidies, or should they even be? Does it make sense to have this be part of the CAP, or does it make more sense to have it go alongside it in specific policies?
This is kind of challenging question, I would say. Before going that farther, I mean, of course, in the policy mix, you have to find a good way to integrate the different policies that come from different fields. Before design a good policy that really integrated carbon farming objectives with agricultural policies, I think it's important to address some key barriers that are at the moment could be really prevent this full integration. First of all, I would say the institutional capacity. I mean, the skills of the institute, because of course all the agricultural ministry of the advisors are really used to focus on different things. And this requires really a new way of thinking, new skills and new capacity. So we need to invest first on training, data, advisory, and also mindset of people who design, deliver policies, because of course there are two different things. I mean, we said this morning we had this, I think it was from DG Agri clearly said that, from DG Klima, that there was an attempt to attach agriculture to climate policy on one side, an attempt to attach climate policy to agricultural policy on the other. And in order to make that these two words need to communicate, we need to deal with this barrier. So capacity and knowledge, cross-fertilization of the two, and to understand which are the priority. Because as I said at the beginning, if you don't involve the farming sector on this, I think this is, you're really failure before start. So you have to understand which are the priority, the issue that the farming is dealing. So this is a really important issues. And then I would say coordination. I mean, it's more really a governance issues. Coordination at the EU level. I mean, I think the different DGs needs to find a way to be aligned and break the silos of the policies and to discuss together, provide a good and coherent policy mix and package. Otherwise, it's difficult to, farmers receiving different, often contrasting messages from different sides is not easy. And also coordination, vertical coordination with member states, because of course the EU is a special case where we do have 27 member states. We may have different priorities, different policies. I mean, some of them have a climate target, some agriculture, some of them not. Some have really invested a lot on think it is a good idea of carbon farming, others are less reluctant. So we need to also find a way to improve the coordination with member states. And I think the current policy is a really good opportunity. The current CAP with new delivery model really could potentially really make a good start and could be a push for see how this policy could be integrated at the local level. I don't know how it's going to be the result in 4 or 5 years, but I think if you want to really achieve that, we need to invest that now, because we are already discussing the post-27 CAP. Well, the current one has just been introduced this year. But I think it's a good moment to do that, because if you really want to have a more integrated policy in the future, you need to invest on address these barriers, coordination, capacity, data, monitoring now, really now. Otherwise, in 3-4 years, it's very difficult that we will be ready to have a coherent policy. So I think this this is more or less what we need to do from my perspective.
Yeah, thanks. It's an interesting point. This kind of silo issue, or the links of coordination between different areas. Harriet, is that something that you observe as well? Maybe also, do you have any ideas for how to overcome this? Let's say if we're talking about, as you said, the CAP post 2027, how could we integrate climate issues better into that, and then the other way around, agri issues into climate policy making? How can we improve this nexus?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have seen, obviously, over the last decades and more is sort of agri-exceptionalism in policy. And I think Casper mentioned also the need to broaden out the discussion and go for a less sectoral policy that, was appropriate when it was founded 60 years ago, but doesn't address the challenges today, which are much more about trying to integrate, like you say, and the priorities have shifted now to tackling more environmental issues as a higher priority. So yeah, I definitely think policy integration and coherence is important. I think what is important probably, and it will naturally lead to, I think, some greater coherence between the CAP and environmental policies, is to have clearer targets, and that's something that's already been mentioned in those environmental and climate policies. So I think when we did work looking at the CAP strategic plans that have just been submitted by the member states, and they obviously say that they have to contribute to different EU targets on climate and biodiversity and environment. But it's quite hard to assess whether they really are doing so when you don't have clear targets for the agricultural sector on those environmental issues. So yeah, I think getting more join up between CAP agricultural policy and environmental and climate policy will also really be helped by having some more concrete targets for the sector. And I think that's probably more likely to happen in the coming years, as we're seeing, and we've heard this morning. I think that, if we want to meet our 2030 or even 2040 targets, we're going to have much stronger reductions in especially agriculture, which is one of the sectors which has made the smallest contribution up until now on the climate front.
Yeah, thank you. Just to remind everyone, we're going to move to audience questions in a few minutes. So if you have questions, pop them on the Slido. Maybe for those who joined a bit later, you can ask questions over a platform called Slido, and you can find the code for doing that in the room on the QR codes, or online if you're looking online or watching online in the chat. So you just enter the code and then you can enter your question to our panelists. But Alistair, maybe to hear a bit your take on this question of the nexus between agriculture and climate policy in the UK. What, maybe since Brexit or even before, what's been your experience? Is this working well, or is it something that you could maybe even learn from, or are there similar issues of kind of the missing integration between the two?
Well, I'm not the best placed person to actually comment on this, but my perceptive is it's the same as the observation I see being articulated here in Europe, that we're not joined up. Our Committee for Climate Change is very good and has been giving us some strong leaders as to what we should do, but the follow through from government has not been as committed as we'd like to see. And I go back to what I said previously, that I think, in some instances, the leaders in this field are the private company who at board level have set net zero objectives and are serious about pursuing them. How easy they will find that remains to be seen, because this journey looks to me to be quite easy to begin with, but get more difficult as you travel along it, as you deal with the low-hanging fruit, if you like, and then everything gets more and more difficult after that.
Yeah, that's interesting insights. I'll take a question that I think was posed earlier today, but that's actually really relevant to this discussion. Maybe I'll address it to you, Francesco. Someone's asking here, when you look at the money needed for transition, and I think specifically the CAP, how does a possible extension of the EU enter into this? So if we think about the Ukraine potential, if you think about Ukraine potentially joining the EU in, well, the next decade, let's say, or some time frame in the near to middle future, it's gonna change the cap a lot. It's gonna have far-reaching implications for how money is distributed. How does this come into play in this whole thinking about how to design future policies?
This is another easy question. I think this is going to really be a game changer, of course, because in the past we've seen, I mean, the negotiation of the caps is really linked to the negotiation of the EU budget, because I mean, this concentrated 1/3 of the EU budget, and the two negotiations cannot be separated. And in the past, there has been a huge enlargement already of the EU, and some of the most drastic change has been also appeared because of some countries joining the EU. So we start with 12, 15, then 20, 28, and 7. And of course, there was some budget constraint. You cannot afford to pay direct payments at to the big countries such as Ukraine. So this is going to be another push factor that really may play a role. I don't know which is going to be the time or is a horizon of that, but it will be another push factor together with if you want to keep the European Green Deal objectives, that really push to break a bit the dependency of the CAP, because you cannot afford to pay farmers just because they are farmers, and find a way to just make more cost-effective payments, for example, by concentrating on environmental payment on area that really need, where you have maybe most benefits, in addition to some maybe basic payments to everyone. And it's likely that the payments will be reduced. In terms of real impact, of course, it's difficult to see and to speculate on that, but it's definitely going to be an important drivers of change for the common agricultural policy.
You want to come? Sure.
I agree with that. I can't do the math. I'm not that smart. But if you see that the potential market for regenerative agriculture is 1.3 trillion euros, somebody calculated that for me, then there is money enough for the coming 20 years to make investments in. Now, if you look at enlargement, especially if you look at enlargement of with the Ukraine, then you suddenly have a completely different position as Europe in the global political field, because suddenly you are one of the main suppliers of staple crops, and that means that if you can make this change, if you can make this transition to more regenerative agriculture with the Ukraine, you suddenly have a huge impact on the global climate. So I would be all for it.
Right, we have another question. Maybe Harry, do you want to take this one? The question is, because we spoke about the kind of the treasury question, the financial constraints. So it says, how about getting to a policy to fund better diets in society, as this has the potential to save money in other areas such as health costs? What do you make of this?
Well, yeah, I guess we would definitely agree. I think there's been quite a lot of analysis that look at the savings in public health that we would make by having healthier diets, because a lot of the non-communicable diseases, I think, are actually driven, in fact, most of them, I think, are now driven by unhealthy diets, at least in Western countries. So, yeah, all I can say is that I would agree. And I think, obviously, there's opportunity for synergy also with environmental challenges as well. So it doesn't always necessarily overlap, but that we should be actually pursuing what people call the planetary health diets, which is about having diets that are at once, you know, sustainable and obviously minimizing pressure on natural resources, but that are also healthier. So achieving those kind of dual positive outcomes. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, we have another, well, actually more of a comment than a question. It's someone saying you cannot go green with red numbers. So I believe this is a bit the issue of things having to make sense financially. I don't know, maybe Alistair, you have a comment on this. This is how can we make sure that farms aren't in the red numbers so that they can go green?
Yeah, that's a really big challenge for us, isn't it? One of the things that we're concerned about as the basic payment scheme fades out for our farmers is that many farms might become uneconomic, and if those people leave the industry, then who is going to do the conservation on the farms that we need? And I was very moved by Pete Smith's point this morning that our management of carbon and our management of biodiversity have to go together. And if we can't do that, then we really are going to struggle. And I think we're seeing this very much at the moment. Not only are we dealing with this uncertain financial scenario, but climate change is severely affecting the farm that I'm involved with. We're dealing very hot, dry periods. At the moment, we should be growing rice rather than wheat because all our soil is underwater, and it looks like we're going to have to re-drill it. This could have serious impacts on our ability to produce food. And sadly, out of that, when farmers are pushed economically, then I'm afraid the nice things we want to do on farms, such as biodiversity and good carbon accounting, have to take second seat. So I think that's really serious.
We have another interesting question. I think maybe it's one for Francesco, asking, is there a trade-off between more targeted income support and support to small farms? Could administrative burdens filter out smaller traditional agriculture? I think that's a risk.
Yes, first of all, depends on how we define small farmers. I was thinking about targeting income support to farms that really need income support. It could be small, medium, or large farms. If the income is just from farming and not from other sources, if they need support, maybe why not provide support? The issue of small farms, sometimes there is quite lots of rhetoric in the EU, especially on these small farms, role, stewardship, and so on. But I don't think that the target income support just for small farms like it is could be the solution for them. I mean, having an integration of income coming from public policies is a part of the story. I mean, if you want to really to keep them in business and not to have really a economic sustainable, financially sustainable, there's so many barriers around small farmers that need to be addressed. I'm thinking of access to land, access to financial resources, favoring the structural change and the generational renewal in agriculture. All these measures that doesn't tackle directly income, maybe have more relevance for them. Are these small farms have access to knowledge, to the most innovative tools and innovation agriculture? Yes or not? This is an important question. Rather than, I think, providing a small, I don't know, more 100 euro per hectare more than their large farm, I don't think this change really their future. I would frame the issue on a more, let's say, broader way to address the issue of small farms.
Yeah, Harriet, maybe do you want to come in on this? What's kind of your take of how small farm support figures into this whole picture?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you're trying to achieve, I suppose. There might be areas in Europe where, we see small farmers important to the cultural fabric of the area, etc. From an environmental standpoint, there's the evidence doesn't show that small means that you are more sustainable necessarily. So yeah, we can't say that from an environmental standpoint we would just have a system which was targeting specifically trying to just keep small farms there just for their own sake. But yeah, I think I just wanted to maybe say a couple of points, I think, on the financial aspects, which I think they are just often quite a lot more complicated than I think is really put across in a lot of these kinds of debates. So I mean, the subsidies also create dependence themselves. So there's obviously different impacts that happen from taking away subsidies. It doesn't necessarily mean that in all cases those farmers will not be able to survive, because it might be that they will then also diversify into other forms of generating income because they don't have the subsidy there. So I just think it's a little bit more complicated. And I think another big issue that we have to look into when we look at direct payments, which is something that's come up a lot and which we do criticize, is leakage effects. If you look at the data across Europe, in a lot of countries, the amount of farm support that farmers get as a percentage of their net farm income is much higher. So actually what that means is that they're getting this money from the subsidies, but then it's going out of their pockets in the form of higher land rents, in the form of all kinds of higher costs that basically the payments are being capitalized into. So I think it's just a lot more complicated than saying, well, if we've got, you know, an income issue, then therefore we just need to keep subsidies and keep them the way that they are right now.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we've actually made it through all your questions. So it's time for a little coffee break again. We have 20 minutes of coffee break. And then I'll see you back, after a little coffee. See you then. And thanks to all the panelists of this panel.
Can you hear
Hello,
me?
can you hear us now?
Yes, good.
Perfect. Hello, Eric. Welcome. I just
Hello,
presented
everyone.
you, but you couldn't hear it. But we're still very happy to have you. Glad that we hear each other now. Also on the panel in person is Tamer Vanderwal, partner at Aerovision, an independent procurement advisor of geoinformation. And last but not least, Ekshani Wheeler from Envirometrics, a startup founded with the aim to improve the management of natural resources through kind of data science, machine learning solutions. But I think they can tell you what they're doing and what kind of their mission is way better than me. So we'll start with some opening statements from everyone except Dragutin, because we already heard from you this morning. So we'll include you in the discussion after the opening statements, but we'll have some opening statements with a few words on what each of you are doing and kind of how you're using technology to support more climate-friendly farming. So Eric, why don't you, now that we can hear you, start us off with your opening speech?
Okay, so maybe I will share my screen so I can use 2 slides to illustrate or we are using combination of remote sensing and modeling to tackle the effect of management on climate in agriculture. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it. All good.
Okay, so perfect. So I wanted to illustrate that with 2 examples. One related to carbon cycle, and the other one to another essential climatic variable, which is albedo. So we'll start with the carbon stuff, and this slide shows how we can use a combination of remote sensing and modeling to estimate cropland CO2 fluxes, cropland biomass, cover crop biomass, and the carbon budget components at high resolution by combining modeling and remote sensing. So basically, the idea is to use remote sensing images to see dynamically how crops are growing along the cropping season. So you can see this small picture here with a leaf index that is evolving along the season, and to force the crop model to fit the satellite observations and by calibrating in a calibrating process to force the model to reproduce the dynamic and the intensity of the vegetation development. And when we do that, it allows us to have then accurate estimates of the net annual CO2 fluxes at high resolution and over entire large areas. So far we were doing some analysis at regional scale, but now we are moving to national scale, at French scale, for instance, and we could use that in the future, even European scale. So this animation shows net annual CO2 fluxes, but this approach allows to estimate the biomass of the crops, of the cover crops and their sensitivities, and by combining those kind of information with the farmers' data, for instance, on organic amendments, and using the biomass simulated by the model with the soil model, it's possible to produce some high-resolution carbon budget maps, as you can see on the example on the right. And it is interesting because you can see that there are some, in the same farm, some plots that are losing carbon. In this example, it was the winter wheat, and others that are storing carbon. Those were maize preceded by cover crop. And you see that even inside a plot, you can have areas that lose or gain carbon. And having this kind of approach at high resolution, it is very useful to also, it allows to have some smart soil sampling inside at the farm and plot level, which is very useful for monitoring with also in situ data or for validating the approach. So in this way, with this kind of methodology, it has multiple applications for the common agricultural policy, for instance, for national inventories, voluntary carbon market, or in setting. And just to remind that remote sensing, although it can provide some information on soil organic carbon superficial content, it cannot monitor the stocks because you cannot know what is the profile, the distribution of the carbon in the soil, but it provides information, useful information on the fluxes, on the biomass, and all that can feed the soil model. And the second example, also related to climate mitigation, is about albedo. And in this example, so albedo, maybe not all of you know what it is, what it represents. So it's the fraction of solar radiation that is reflected back to space. So the more you have energy reflected back to space, and the more you're cooling the climate. So increasing albedo in combination with carbon storage is an effective lever for climate change mitigation. And there have been several studies on the effect of cover crop on albedo and how it can cool the climate. In this example here, you can see a map on the left that was produced with the satellite MODIS. It's bare soil albedo, and you see that there are some areas in Europe, in Ukraine, on Chernozem that are very dark soil that have a very low albedo, while other areas like in Spain have high albedo because the soils are very clear, they are calci soils. And it means that if you add cover crops, if you hide the soil with cover crops on dark soils like in Ukraine, then you will have a strong cooling effect because you will increase the albedo, and probably in Spain you don't have much effect or even warming effect because you might decrease the albedo by covering the soil with cover crops. So remote sensing can help on choosing where to add cover crops and when in order to increase albedo and have more effective climate change policies and actions. Sorry, and in this map you can see that adding cover crops during the fallow period as much as we can in terms of duration. Then there are some areas with strong cooling effects and other more with warming, and it's important to account for that because if we're only looking at climate mitigation through carbon storage or reduction in greenhouse gases emission and neglecting those albedo effects and all the energy is used at surface, it can produce some ineffective climate change policies. So it was to illustrate the importance of considering jointly the effect of land use changes in practices on carbon, greenhouse gas budget, and surface energy fluxes and budget to establish more effective climate change mitigation strategies. So, and I will stop there.
Thank you. Really interesting presentation. Well, I'm sure we'll get back to some aspects later on in the discussion. But for now, let's hand over to you, Tamu, for your introductory presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Tamme van der Wal. I'm a partner at Aerovision, and we are a consulting firm in the Netherlands, trying to help our customers with improving their business with the geospatial data. And we've taken up the action to work on this in agriculture. We have founded a subsidiary called Bioscope, which is a joint venture with the Dutch Farmers Organization, where we try to help and serve farmers with all kinds of data. And despite with what you might think is that the Netherlands looks like a very advanced country, but a lot of farmers are not using that much technology actually. We have basically learned 3 lessons to involve farmers in using technology and use the technology to improve sustainable farming practices. And the first one is that we really went a lot, also because of our connection to the farmers organization, of course. We went along with the farmers from the beginning. So we had the farmers in a co-creation process to develop tools that they could really need and really use. We built fast and learned fast, and in the end we came up with this smartphone application to allow to bring all kinds of spatial data coming from satellites or drones or other sources, bring it to the field with the farmer in the field where it really matters, not in his office, but in the field. And then the second part of it is that what we learned is we have to beat the farmer in information value. If we just bring the same information that he already knows, then he will never be a customer or be interested in our service. And just to give an example, what you see here is on the right side, on that side, which is a harvest monitor from a potato harvester. And you see where the green is where higher harvests, red is lower harvest. And the other picture is a satellite image from more than a month earlier that exactly shows the same patterns. So we can already predict what kind of harvest differences he will have in his field way before the harvest. And that, of course, because satellite data is very useful because it has also is responsive to parts of the light spectrum that we cannot see with our own eyes, especially in the near infrared, shortwave infrared, or even in the thermal infrared. And the other important thing to beat the information value is that we have to have low latency. The information should be there basically almost real time, not a week after, because then the farmer already is doing other things. And the good thing about collecting data is, of course, that you can do all kinds of things that a farmer has no time for or has no mindset for, is the anomaly detection, easy anomaly detection with the data analysis. Benchmarking one field against another field and discover trends in yield and progress. And then the third thing is, of course, is that you have to make monitoring valuable if you want to introduce technologies and data in the farming process. It should be part of your daily process as a farm. And that means we have to make data use basically unavoidable. And a lot of machines nowadays can accept all kinds of data inputs to be more precise and be more accurate. And those data inputs, of course, need to be managed by the farmer. So make that part of your daily use will help farmers to use the data and improve their farming. And also means that we have to go away from the plan, do, check, act idea, which is a very engineering approach on agriculture, more to an information insights idea. Like, so you create insights, you create insight, oversight over the farm, and with that you create a foresight of what happens if I do this, what happens if I do that. And that means that the farmer becomes more a controller rather than an operator in his farm, but he still makes the decisions himself. And then one point on the carbon monitoring as part of the regenerative agriculture, we also put in place a monitoring, reporting, and verification system for all kinds of carbon schemes. And just to show what we do, we don't do this on a regional, national level, but on a field level scale. These are 3 images that show how you can monitor carbon. If you just look at vegetation, which is the first image, you see that, and you go to the last image, which is the soil organic matter. You see that the soil organic matter is only explaining part of the vegetation growth and differences. So there's a lot of more to growth than just the soil or just the carbon content. So what we do is we produce soil zone maps, that, same as Dragutin mentioned earlier on, that direct soil samplers to the right position to take a sample and then extrapolate that using the image. That can be one field or more fields depending on the type of where you are. And then you get a very accurate, up to 94% accuracy map covering your whole field of organic carbon, which is much higher reliability than we could get from just one sample or no sample at all. So that's what we do, and we're focusing on helping the farmer in improving his information position and making the right decisions based on data.
Thank you. Really interesting. Some clear lessons as well on the topic. Well, last but not least, Ikshani, why don't you take over?
Hello, everyone. My name is Shani Wheeler. I am a soil and water scientist, and I have been measuring soil carbon since about 2009, long before anyone really cared too much. I'm from Australia. We went really early as a country to get into this topic. So I was heavily involved in helping write the Australian direct measurement methodology, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We like measuring stuff. It's basically my scientific discipline. So there is, I didn't prepare slides, but there is a viewer. Is it possible to show that? There's like some data. That's one of them. That's the US one. Can we show the one that's live first, please? That one, other one's the slide. Does it work? Yes. Okay, this one's for Europe. This is more here. So this is the data. Thanks, Twitter. That's great. This is the soil organic carbon map that we made from 2000. Yeah, musky. Made from 2000 2020. What we're doing is we're taking an enormous collection of open soil data points over time, matching those with the remote sensing record and making what's called an ensemble machine learning model through time. So we do space-time mapping. So this was the soil organic carbon map that went into the AgriCapture project to design optimal sampling at a farm, because we are interested to go from global and continental down to the fields, because we are soil scientists. We want to measure everything everywhere all at once. The uncertainties of this map is very large. Okay, anyone who knows anything about this, they go, it's pretty, your uncertainties are very large, but it's everywhere. So maybe we can go to the other one you had up for a second. You can download this data. You can download the method. You can reproduce it yourself. It's an entirely open data platform, and it's being extended in other projects. This is a commercial product. This is in the US currently because US goes faster than Europe for some reason. No idea why. So this is another 20-year data cube. On the right, you've just got essentially the soil carbon signal through time. We're doing the same method, but this starts to become a compilation of both public points and then private points that are from different groups that let us use it. And we put it all into a giant bucket to try and improve the accuracy of these methods. So have we got one more? Yes, that'll hopefully make sense. The point of it is that we want to be able to get at trends through deep time, because soil carbon doesn't change so easily 1 year to the next. If you really want to follow it, you're looking 7, 8, 9, 10 years. You need long record. So this is the last thing. I'll be very quick. I'm sorry. This is an example of a particular ranch we were looking at. I got sampled. It was done under B-Carbon's methodology in the US, B-Carbon registry, sorry. And so we were being advised to take 1,000 and something samples, and we're like, we know how to sample. It's fine. We'll do it. So on feature space coverage sampling, we got it down to 125 samples, but on uncertainty-based sampling, we got it down to 79 samples, and that's 13,000 acres. and I'm not going to convert to hectares unless someone can save me, please, right now. So it's more to the point, and it's not just carbon, because carbon is like a really slow moving variable. It confirms that you've done something positive to your landscape. You're going to have to be moving your vegetation, your management, like all your other biophysical indicators are going to be moving before your soil carbon does, right? So the way we approach it, it's just a confirmation of good performance, like a lagging KPI in business talk, not a leading one. So yeah, so some of the agri-capture technology went overseas because the market was just a lot riper there for the moment. But it's back in Europe, but in a non-profit sense, and coming through on a European level and it will come through the Eco Data Cube there. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Well, yeah, we've heard from the different speakers a whole range of kind of areas that technology can help with, from advising, kind of supporting farms, measuring on-farm impacts of certain measures, or also maybe even monitoring or verifying the implementation of measures. So there's a whole range that we've seen that these technologies could be used for. So let's maybe talk a bit about the different aspects. So Dragutin, since we've not heard from you yet, maybe you can say a few words about how, in your view, can digital technologies help farmers, support them, advise them in implementing regenerative farming practices, and which practices maybe specifically?
Yeah. Does it work? Yeah, great. So, well, digital technologies started to support farmers long before regenerative agriculture became actually so hot topic. So we have been providing these kind of services based on Earth observation. At time we presented today, you can, with satellite imagery, you can really monitor what's going on before even the human eye can see that. And before you can experience really results in, for example, yield. So Earth observation technology, satellite technology, can be really helpful in everyday life of a farmer. Also, we have sensors that are more and more popular. So Internet of Things, especially when you're measuring some parameters that cannot be monitored with satellite so precisely or at all. So we have really great technology available to provide farmers with good support in terms of valuable information that can use to improve and optimize their decisions. So this is one thing. And the technology is improving all the time. We are developing services based on the technology. The other thing is the adoption of the technology by the farmers. As Tame said, even farmers in such advanced countries like the Netherlands are still reluctant to use the technology. And that's the question is why and how to overcome that. Probably new generation will be more open to that. Probably kind of trainings actually involving the technology in the education process of the farmers will be really helpful. So there are many aspects of your question. I cannot address really all of it, obviously, but okay, these are my direct thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe let's zoom in to that point that you raised about farmers having this kind of resistance to taking up measures. Tame, maybe you have a take on this since you work closely with farmers in the Netherlands. Is it small farmers who have these barriers towards taking up solutions? Maybe because investment costs are too high? Is it data protection worries? What do you think is the barrier here?
You definitely mentioned a few points already. depends a little bit on what scale you look, but farms in the Netherlands are not very big. The average arable farm is around 60 hectares. I was recently in Brazil, and then the poor farmer that we were allowed to visit was a really small farmer with 1,000 hectares. So the scale of perspective is a little bit different. But despite being a small farm, the farms in the Netherlands are very intensive. So there's a lot of capital money going in and out the farm continuously, and that makes them very also very risk prone. And I think one of the hesitations is that relying on data, if they don't completely understand the impact of that, means that they are adding an extra risk to their operation, and therefore they are very reluctant in doing that. We have no problem in finding farmers for pilots and projects, but finding customers for services is a different.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Shani, since you mentioned that you've been in this business for quite a while, did you see any trends maybe? Because Dragon also the kind of theory that maybe younger generations are more open towards it. Have you seen change there, or what do you think could maybe be done to improve this this nexus, or actually make it work for farmers, integrating technologies into their daily work? Very good question.
As a technologist, I think we often think too much of our own technology and how important it is in the life of a farmer, but I think that there isn't sufficient time or energy or even awareness often given to the process of farming itself. I think there's a lot of nostalgia about what's involved and very little practical experience. So I think there's one rests on the technologist's shoulder of being too much in love with their solutions. But like, oh, I can count your lettuces with AI, and what good is that? And why would anyone pay you for that? Right? So that thing, like, you really have to deliver actual value, day-to-day economic return in the now, not, and I think soil carbon suffers from this a lot, not in the 10, 15 years time, or I'll pay you today for your carbon and you'll get better yield in 15 years. You know, it's, or whatever the promise is. So I think that's an issue with carbon. And then aside from that, I think the technology, especially remote sensing and the methods, is just catching up. I mean, the difference between what we were doing in 2009 to 2014 to even just a couple of years ago is very big. It's so multiple things.
So go ahead.
I just said something. So I think in the context of climate change and the importance of carbon footprint of each farm, it can be also become a mandatory to use this kind of smart services. Why? Because they're decreasing carbon footprint of each farm at some level. So that could be also part of solution in fighting climate change.
Play as well in this.
Yeah, policy can actually push using digital technologies because they're beneficial, not only for farmers, but for the society, for the earth.
Yeah, let's maybe talk a bit more about the carbon side, or kind of. Oh, sorry, Eric, you wanted to come in on that? Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to comment especially on that, because indeed those new technologies like remote sensing, what they allow to do is to objectify the implementation of the practices and their impact. So the examples I was showing were related to carbon storage, but also to albedo. In the same way, we could estimate the effect of those management practices changes on the infrared radiation. So all sorts of processes that have an impact on climate. And this is really important because I mean, there have been many modeling exercises with agronomical models, coupled soil plant models, etc., but that do not allow to have a real representation of what's happening in the field. I mean, most of those agronomical models, you have to know that they have been calibrated, validated on field trials in rather optimal conditions. And if you want to apply them in real life, they will never be able to reproduce the kind of spatial variability in biomass, crop development, surface temperature, albedo, etc., that we really observe. So high spatial resolution remote sensing data really are useful for that. And just to build on what you were saying previously, they can provide you different sorts of information that are useful for climate, but also for the farmer, like precision agriculture. They can estimate, for instance, how much nitrogen input went to the soil with cover crops. So it's combining, uses those satellite images, for instance, with models, can produce a different set of indicators, agro-environmental indicators, but it means useful for the environment, for the climate, but also for the farmer. And if we can propose them with the same approach, a different set of indicators that can be useful for them to manage their farm, then maybe there will be more adoption of those technologies also, than instead of addressing only one point at a time.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Maybe also just to follow up, because you, from your presentation earlier, how much do you think technologies can actually tell us about the impact of different agricultural practices? We were talking earlier today about measures-based versus results-based approaches. Can this help us shift towards a results-based approach?
Well, typically, let's take the example. Well, first of all, remote sensing will not provide you information on all aspects. For instance, it cannot detect some management practices while it can detect others. So, for instance, we can detect soil work. We can, with good accuracy, see cover crops and analyze if they are more or less well developed and the impact they will have on carbon stock changes. So yeah, just to say that remote sensing can be very useful to see, really objectify that was my first point, objectify the effect of some of the management practices, but not all. And we should not oversell the capabilities of remote sensing, and also, I mean, to be very clear on that, I mean, they are still in the progress phase, as for instance, when there are very long cloudy periods. I mean, optical remote sensing is not very useful because we can't see what's happening on the surface. So we need to improve our methodologies by combining also optical remote sensing with the radar satellites in order to guarantee also that the services that they work. And as Tame was saying, that we can provide information in near real time. We need to combine, for instance, optical and radar satellite remote sensing. But this is only a matter of solving some technical issues. The potential is there. It's just that it needs some work to make it more operational, more useful, and more efficient in objectifying, the effect of management practices.
Yeah, so some options there, but also have to be realistic and can't oversell the potential. Ishani, maybe you want to add to that also, specifically with a view to carbon storage in soils and carbon farming, what we were talking about earlier. Are we at the point yet where we could take a results-based approach to carbon farming? Is that possible with the technology, or would that be overselling, as Eric said?
Yes, it's possible.
It's possible. Okay.
End it up. Yes, it's possible. But let's be very clear, you know, farming is carbon farming. I mean, it's not anything else. You are working with the carbon cycle. And so if there are more direct measurement for soil organic carbon is a known scientific field. It's a fairly small field. There's not a lot of people that do it. But it's the same field that you get precision agriculture out of. It's pedometrics. the mathematical study of soils in space and time, right? So those techniques are there. I think part of the trick is, yes, there's technological development, because it's not like back in 2009, we were doing it farm by farm, and we could get it up to like, I did the whole of a state, and I'm like, wow, I did a whole state, amazing. But it's not good enough if there's a technical person who has to run this all the time. Like, we have to really teach the machine and like crash the cost, because if the choice is between the cost of the measurement in the field and the cost of somebody like me, I say you keep the measurement in the field and you drop the cost of someone like me, right? Because that can be automated, but the actual numbers that confirm the measurement, no, that should not be automated. That's your actual proof. So could you move to a system that is pure direct measurement for soil organic carbon? Yes, and my buts come from how you construct the carbon offset from the change or the inset, how you attribute that value through time, and where you put that risk for re-emission and who carries that. Because everything I've seen for a long time, it puts it all on the landholder. So the person trying to get it from you and sell it takes the bulk of the value, and the landholder takes the bulk of the work and the bulk of the risk. And so my message, even though I love direct measurement, my message is the same as it was 10 years ago. If you're a farmer, I'd measure it and sit on it. I wouldn't sell it, because it's worth more the longer you have it. So policy issues, societal issues, not technology issues. That's my take. You want to add? Sure.
Yeah, maybe I can add to that. I fully agree that a result-based approach is feasible. However, what we see is that when we run our MRV procedure with a carbon balance model, around 70% of the annual fluxes can be explained by remote sensing and open data. You need another 20% to interview the farmer. For instance, what type of manure he has been using and the amount of manure, etc. And then the last 10% is you really require to have in situ measurements to calibrate your stuff. And the thing is, if you're talking about results based, you're talking about carbon credits, for instance, then there are other issues coming into place. For instance, like the longevity of the carbon stored in the soil. And I'm happy to challenge the farmer here in front of me. If you can guarantee that this carbon will be stored there for 10 years or 30 years, or some people even require 100 years of storage. So I expect much more of the corporate sustainability reporting directive, which is now coming up, where food processors are required to report on their scope 1 to 3 emissions, and especially the scope 3, where it concerns the farms, requires a net zero production. And I think that's a much more type of result that we can guarantee than the longevity of carbon stocks.
Maybe I want to come back to kind of the point of, Eric, you want to come in? Maybe I'll follow up with another question so you can give your extra comments and the ones on the question. Because I was wondering about the kind of relationship between technological solutions and policy. So some of the things you were showing in your presentation, for example, the question popped into my mind, can this feed into policy making? Can this help policymakers make better informed decisions? So yeah, please feel free to add your comments to what you wanted to add, and then maybe on that as well.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understood well the question. Maybe I will ask you to repeat. But what I wanted to say about how long can we store carbon? For sure, the more we wait for implementing climate change policies and efficient methods for climate mitigation, and the more it will be difficult to store carbon in the soil and to maintain them. So the faster we are on putting on removing carbon from the atmosphere and putting it in the soil, and the longer and the more we will be able to have some in the soil. About the, so I'm not. Can you repeat
in how far or how maybe technological solutions and data acquired could feed into policy decisions or help inform policymakers?
One thing that is sure is that right now, well, right now we have a lack of data, and that doesn't help in having efficient policies, especially for climate. I was mentioning before, I was talking about albedo. Right now, all our climate mitigation strategies, they are focusing on carbon storage and reduction greenhouse gases emissions. But I mean, we are just looking at half of the picture right now. If we just do that, because all the farming practices, they also impact albedo and energy fluxes, infrared radiation, sensible heat flux, etc. And those processes are as important to account for in climate mitigation policies than the carbon and greenhouse gases emissions. And we forget that. And maybe one word to explain why it is like that. It's because up to now, none of the land surface models that are used for climate change modeling, from the models from the IPCC, they are not able to simulate correctly or order at all the effect of land management on albedo and energy partitioning at the surface. And this is a big issue, because we are doing they are recommending some actions, but without considering those effects, because their model cannot simulate them. So sometime it means that maybe the recommendations in actions are not the good one. And just one example on that, agroforestry, for sure, it will help storing carbon, but it reduces surface albedo. Similarly, putting carbon in the soil and not covering them at all time, it means that you're reducing CO2 in the atmosphere, but you are darkening the soil. You're reducing the albedo, meaning that you have more energy trapped at the surface that is re-emitted as infrared radiation. So we have to consider all those processes for more efficient climate policies. It means that right now we are missing data to have more efficient climate policies, and remote sensing, modeling, new technologies in general, they can help us on being more efficient and more aware of what to do, where and when.
Thank you. Did you want to come in? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just wanted to add in regards to the policy question and data to support policy. I think that it is very much behove on scientists and technologists to really change the way we are working. Because traditionally, if you want to compare practices, you'll do field trials, you'll do controlled experiments, you'll study it intensively, and then you'll calibrate a process model, and then you try and run the model. And if you want to get a bit more sophisticated, you're going to bring in remote sensing to give you some more nuance in that process model. It's a really good approach, and I see our colleagues using that. There is also a movement towards just doing direct on-farm experimentation and collecting enough data and enough information and pooling it that you're essentially making everything an experiment. Now, that's not to say that one is more accurate than the other, or one is better or the other's worse. It's just we now have options, and where the process models cannot capture or do not yet have enough of a, let's say, a long-term structured model to have the feedbacks that you mentioned in them, we can do it the other way. We can treat all the farms as a living experiment and follow all of them. But then we need to know what everyone is doing, and then we can analyze it at very high level. And that could be a really useful approach on a policy level. Maybe we should be doing both.
That's what we're currently doing, yeah, in some living lab exercises, or in some regional level exercises with private companies that are growing. There is an example where we have been working for a couple of years with a company that is producing popcorn maize in France, and they have a network of farmers, and we're analyzing large scale the impact of implementation of cover crops on carbon budgets by mapping with remote sensing and modeling what is the effect of this practice. And this is super interesting to see that why in some areas that's working better than in others, and to analyze why.
Thanks. I think we'll move to some audience questions now. There's already a few in the chat, but also, again, the reminder, if you have questions, just write them in the Slido and we'll get to some of them. There's a question for basically the whole panel, so maybe we can just do a very quick snap round of everyone. And the question is, what is the carbon footprint of your tech, and where does that fit into the journey of the decarbonization of agriculture? So maybe we'll do a quick round. Well, starting with you, Tamer, if you want to. What's the fuck of your technologies? If you
of our technology. Oh yeah, that's yeah, that's a very, very good question. I was recently talking to somebody from one of the big data centers in the Netherlands, and he confessed that the expected energy use in the data center is almost double than when they once calculated. So I think a lot of these tech, a lot of data is definitely has a significant carbon footprint. On the other side, I think one of the goals that we see on farms by using the technology is also to reduce, for instance, traffic on the fields, so reducing fuel use, fuel consumption. So I have no idea if that balances on a national level, but yeah, that's definitely something to add.
Yeah, how about you, Shani?
I think we use a lot more energy to look at videos of cats on the internet and servers dedicated to other things than we do to this kind of technology. I think the amount of energy that we use for this is pitiful, and I would like it to be a lot more. Having said that, we can heat our office buildings with our servers. So it's energy, definitely. But then the question is always, where are you going to spend it and what is the highest yield? And I have no worries spending it on technology like this. And I also look at videos of cats, so let's do both. Fair enough. Okay, director.
Very low, I guess. We never counted really. So, and it's a tricky question. I don't know how to calculate it. Do we, as the employees, do we bring our personal footprint to the companies? Just business, okay, then very low. Well, we are heating on gas, but we are very well insulated.
Eric.
And yeah, no, I really like this question, and for me this is a very serious topic, because of course, in order to do the kind of modeling at high resolution I showed you before on large scale, this is very high computing demand. So I mean, in the team we have a guy that did his PhD on quantum computing, and hiring this guy, he helped us reducing our time of calculation by a factor of 40,000, meaning that we have reduced a lot our impact for modeling thanks to that guy. And we are even thinking in compensating the emissions associated to our modeling exercises by directly financing some farmers locally to store carbon with cover crops. So this is really a topic that yeah, it means a lot to me, and we are very sensitive to that. Just to finish, satellite, when we send satellite in space, of course, it produces a lot of greenhouse gases emissions, but be aware also that there are so many uses of those satellite data that it divides a lot the cost in terms of CO2 per, yeah, on the large number of users, and some of them are really focusing on will help on reducing our impact on climate. So
yeah, thanks. Do you want to add briefly?
I think the question is a red herring. Sorry, like, what are you going to spend your energy on? And there are so many examples of much higher amounts of energy for very flippant things that, whilst maybe it's a fun thing to answer, I think we should be very careful not to be too apologetic, basically. I mean, aside from regular energy saving and being serious about, you know, the amount of energy your data center takes, it's a lot of air conditioning if you don't use that heat for something else. It's a lot of solar power. I can't store all that solar power in winter. The batteries are not good enough, and I can't have the interruption in supply. but I'm not sorry. And I think I just want to say that.
All right, we're noted. Maybe here's a bit of a technical question, I think, mostly for you, Shani. Since you mentioned the kind of uncertainty attached to the data you showed. So the question is, what's an acceptable level of uncertainty in modeling soil organic carbon?
What is the question? That is how you answer that question. The first thing my statistics professor taught me was there is no correct method. There is only a question and how you're going to answer it the best way you can. So what is acceptable? I would say it depends on what your question is. What are you claiming, right? And if you've got an uncertainty that's attached to that, then what you're claiming and your uncertainty better match up. Because I mean, I know from studies for like Phytophthora in potatoes for farmers that they did not need the kind of certainty in the model that we would need as scientists and expect would be good and then publish and go, yay, look what I did. They just needed slightly better than chance that it was going to go in their favor to act. That was what they needed. So yeah, if you want a more specific answer, you need to tell me your question.
Yeah. May I add to that? Because in the carbon credits business, there's definitely money attached, and the accountants have a very clear measure for that. That you should not allow for systematic errors bigger than 2%. So a 98% is preferable, and anything off that is less acceptable.
Okay, quick rebuttal. Systematic error is different to uncertainty. I mean, it can be part of uncertainty, but I know it's terrible, terrible. But in the methodologies for soil carbon that do attribute how much you can trade to a level of uncertainty, then it really matters. Then you have an incentive lever for someone who is measuring and monitoring to do a good job. Because if you don't have that metric in there, and it's in the Australian, it's in a few others. If you don't have it in there, I can go out and take 2 samples in a field and go, that's my average. Oh, look, a couple of years later, 2 samples in a field. There you go. Difference. Wonderful. Technically, I meet the methodology. So that's probably the more serious side of it. It does really matter. And that varies per methodology.
Seems to be very divisive questions. Eric also seems to want to come in. So go ahead.
Well, shortly, there is of course a matter of cost accuracy ratio. I mean, different methodologies will address different levels of accuracy and uncertainty, and at different costs. And of course, we have to consider that. Just one example. I mean, if we want to sample soils everywhere in all farms in France, I mean, it would represent billions in order to be able to monitor soil organic carbon stock changes. So that's not possible. So we need other approaches that may be very accurate also, or even better. So that was my first thing. And the second thing is that accuracy is very important, or analysis of uncertainty in the French low carbon label. I mean, depending on the accuracy of the method or of the data that you are providing to calculate the carbon credits, then you might have some, what's the English for that? Well, you could receive less money because you didn't provide data that are accurate enough, or because you used a method that was less accurate than the best one you could use. So if we want the farmers to get better paid for what they do, we better use the approaches, the methodologies that have the less uncertainty, because that will reduce the cuttings in how much they receive.
Thank you. There's a quite practical question here. I'm not sure who's best to answer. Okay, you wanted to add as well.
Just add something, because I have to stress this one important pillar. Well, speaking of uncertainty and accuracy and the models and everything, one important pillar of the technology that we are talking today is artificial intelligence. We are training the models that will generate information that will be used by humans. So, and artificial intelligence is really powerful technology nowadays, and becomes more powerful. Why? Because Why is it important? Because it decreases the cost. Because in artificial intelligence, we work something instead of humans, and human work costs. So if we want to, scale up everything, we need to decrease costs of that. And just one story, speaking of uncertainty and accuracy. I just read a news that in South Korea, in a factory, a robot killed a worker there because the robot thought it was a paper box that should be destroyed. Why? Because it was not well trained. That's the accuracy, that's uncertainty. We have to avoid that.
Yeah, you actually inadvertently answered a question we had about the role that AI could play, at least partially. Here's another, quite practical question. I don't know, maybe Tamer, you want to come in, or anyone else wants to comment. I'm not sure whose expertise this is, but the question is there scope for these remote sensing and monitoring tools to expand to, for example, monitoring methane emissions from livestock? Does anyone have thoughts on this?
Maybe
Eric,
one
okay, go ahead.
One word on methane and remote sensing. So remote sensing can be used from what I know, I'm not an expert, but two ways. One way is to provide some information, for instance, on rice, on when it's flooded, how many rice cycles there are, and so it can provide information that is useful to increase the accuracy of the models that will simulate methane. It can be used also to see emissions or changes in concentration in the atmosphere of methane, but that's usable to detect and quantify methane emissions from big sources. At the scale of a farm, this kind of technology is not useful. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Thanks. Yeah, I think with that, we're actually at the end of our time. So I just want to thank this panel, all the panels, all of you in the audience, in the room, online, for the really interesting, lively discussion all day today. We've heard from all kinds of experts from different areas, policy, research, farmers, technology. I think it's been really diverse and interesting. To finish off, we prepared some videos that can show us, that can bring us a bit back to the field, maybe back to the very practical cases. We're going to hear from two farms that are part of the project, the Agriculture CO2 project. So for me, it just remains to, I think, clear the stage together with the panelists, and we'll leave space for the videos to send you off. Thanks everyone, and have a nice evening.